Listen, thinking they missed out in the first innings with the exception of Ben Brown and Tom Clark. You know, it's a beautiful day, it's a good track. You know, Sussex batsmen will want to do what these two have done. In comes Claydon, bowls and hammered away by Jordan Cox to Delray Rawlings, fielding on the boundary at deep point. One more to the total. Cox goes to 224, 505 for one, the lead up to 173. We've been saying all morning we thought, you know, Kent would want a minimum lead 200 from the position they're in, and it looks pretty much like they're going to be there or thereabouts as Claydon turns and runs away from us. He's in and bowls to Leaney, who plays that into the offside. They've taken one, they're going to think about coming back for a second here, but Haynes was back pretty quickly from his position, saving one short extra cover. He had to run towards point, and they averted the second run being taken. The field is far flung. There is only Tom Haynes at extra cover who's saving one. Other than that, there are four men on the boundary on the offside. As in comes Claydon again and bowls and cut away firmly by Cox to the sweeper on the cover boundary, and it's one more to the total. So
there's the 400 partnership.
Good spot. It comes up on the board. 210 of them to Leaning, 169 to Cox. So actually Jack Leaning has outscored Jordan Cox during the partnership, and it's come in exactly 6 hours. They've batted a long time, these two. In comes Claydon over the wicket, bowls and tucked away down to fine leg. Nice looking shot by Leaning. His 211th run. Tidy enough over by Mitch Claydon. I think Sussex will be happy here if they just concede 6 and over. It's just been a run of all so far. So four men on the offside boundary, I should say. Tom Haynes in at short extra cover. Then on the leg side there's four men on the boundary. Fine leg, deep backward square, deep mid wicket and a long on as Claydon runs away from us. The only wicket taken by him, bowls and cut away nicely by Cox to Rawlings at deep backward square. They've taken one, they're coming back for two. Are they? Yes, must have been a fumble by Rawlings. It was, because he's a very fine fielder. I don't think they would have taken two to him normally, but a fumble by Rawlings, and 7 off the first over after lunch. Cox 227, Leaning 211, 4 overs to go for Kent, and the lead is 178, I reckon. The two batsmen have a little natter.
Looks like it's going to be Rawlings, the left arm spinner from the Nackington Road end. I wonder what the tactic is going to be. Is it throw the kitchen sink at this? Is it swing from the hip? Is it total bars of aggression if you're playing on cricket captain? Or is it controlled aggression? Would Kent rather this pair batted the remaining 4 overs? Do they want Sam Billings to come in and swing the bat, or is it better to have two men that are 200 not out?
Yeah.
Trying to time the ball out there.
Absolutely. You know, and I think if these two knock it around and picking up 7 and 8 and over, then they're going to get to that 200 lead, if indeed that was the objective.
Rawlings bowls, Leaning clips it away into the leg side. There should be 2 here. Ooh. In fact, Jordan Cox has turned Leaning back. So just the 1 run taken. Decent bit of fielding. Was it Garton in the deep?
I think it was Jack Carr, or it might have been Tom Clark. Let's wait till he turns around.
Tall wiry figure on the fence at deep square, running in and doing the fielding.
I think it was Tom Clark.
Cox is surely going to go for this now. He's a keen man against spin. No, he just turns it away into the leg side, so they're happy to just take 1. At the moment it is a controlled approach.
Yes, it was Tom Clark who's fielded that ball as well. So what have we had since lunch? 7 singles and a 2.
Yes, and no boundary, considering they've got a short amount of time. Leaning just pushes this away into the onside. At the moment, the tactic seems to be, with all the fielders out in the deep, we can push 1 minimum every ball. Yeah. If we can get 2, that's good too. If we can get a boundary, that's the bonus. The way these two seem to be treating at the moment. They clearly would have had discussions with Matt Walker and the captain Sam Billings at lunch about how they're going to go about this. Rawlings gives this a little bit more room. Cox plays and misses. He tries to slash it away on the offside.
I was just going to say that Rawlings have been bowling predominantly outside of the right-hander's leg stump, but that one was slanted across the right-handed Cox.
Rawlings again bowls. Cox drives into the onside, up towards long on, and again just for a single. They ought to be refreshed after the lunch break, despite their mammoth efforts, these two. No sign that either of them, though, is going to swing from the hip, and then Sam Billings or Darren Stevens have a go for a couple of overs. They're playing this out as Rawlings bowls, and it's clipped away by leaning out towards deep square leg for one. So from the over, just 5 singles. 117 overs gone, 3 more until an enforced declaration. Kent 183 the lead, 5-1-5 for one.
A couple of tweets have come in. One says, "What are you thinking, Adrian? Draw, question mark. Kent need to get a lead now and only 2 days left." Well, Sussex will need to bat 4 sessions. That's assuming the lead's going to be 200 and you score roughly 100 a session. So Sussex have to bat 4 sessions, and hopefully that should give a lead of about 200, which may be too much for Kent to chase down, but that's a long way off. But these two have batted the best part of a day and a third, haven't they? In comes Claydon running in to bowl to Leaning. He's in and bowls, and Leaning cuts firmly down to deep backward point. Rawlings is quickly in. I don't think they'll take a chance on his arm. He covers the ground very quickly, Delray Rawlings. That's a good bit of fielding. Cox to 215, 5-1-6 for one. But certainly there'll be 1 or 2 players in the Sussex top order who need a score. And this is a good opportunity. It's a good track. It's a lovely day. It's a quick outfield. Couldn't really wish for better conditions in which to bat. In comes Claydon over the wicket bowls, and cutting firmly is Cox. Out towards the extra cover boundary. They've taken 1. They were thinking about 2. It wasn't there, and Henry Crowe come in very quickly, gets in the throw to Ben Brown. That prevents anything more than a single. 5-1-7 for one. Cox to 230.
Well, it's amazing to think that this record stand might get halted.
Yeah, absolutely.
By the rules of the Bob Willis Trophy.
Yeah, that is interesting. You wonder how much it might have gone on to. In comes Claydon, running in bowls to Leaning wide outside the off stump, carved away by Leaning. Now this again will only be the single because it's to Rawlings left at deep backward point. He gets in the throw. 1 more to the total. Chris has been in touch. He said, just hope that one of our young lads can make an impression now after seeing what Cox has done for Kent in only his 5th first-class match. Scoreboard pressure will have a say, but no excuses on this featherbed of a strip. Come on, lads, dig in. Well, I think you're right. There's certainly no excuses when the opposition of 518 for one. Claydon runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and pulled away, and that is going to be 4 runs. No, it's not. It's a good bit of fielding by Finch on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It was short and hammered away by Jordan Cox, but Harry Finch racing around the boundary hauled the ball back in, and then Jack Carson completed the fielding. So it was good work by the Sussex pair out there. Cox to 231, 5-1-9 for one, and just 2 overs remaining after this one, yeah. And then there'll be 55 overs for Sussex to bat today. We will lose 2, I guess, for the break between the innings, as Claydon is in and bowls, and that's down the leg side. And well, as far as Sussex are concerned, that was a good ball. That would have been a 1-day wide, but Leaning making no real attempt to play at that. Yeah,
I am surprised that they're not swinging a little bit harder, this pair.
Yeah.
But clearly Kent feel that perhaps a lead of 200 or whatever the lead is going to be is sufficient. I don't know. It does seem slightly odd that they're not going a little bit harder at this.
Claydon again. Last ball of the over is in and bowls, and Leaning tucks that one around the leg side. They've taken 1, and that's all they'll get fielded by Carson at deep square leg. So 1 more to the total. Leaning 217, Cox 231, Kent are 520 for one. It's a lead of 188. There are just 2 overs to be bowled before they will have to declare under the rules of the Bob Willis Trophy. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio, Kent BBC Radio, Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Ben Watts.
Yes, so 12 balls left, 12 runs away from it being a 200 lead. It's currently 188, 520 for one. I've just seen a message on the BBC Sport live page, on the Bob Willis Trophy page, from Michael Conway, who says, hope he goes on to post an even higher individual score in the future, but seeing how rare double tons are, it's quite possible that Jordan Cox could end up getting his career best score at the age of 19.
That's true enough.
231 for him, 217 for Jack Leaning. Philip Bailey actually said that just prior to lunch, or I said before lunch, Leaning added 98 runs from his overnight score, so he just missed out on adding a century in the session this morning.
Good spot. And actually we thought he was taking his time, wasn't he, when he got towards his 200? It just goes to show that he wasn't.
Here's Rawlings then, the spinner. Pushed off the back foot by Leaning into the covers.
I wonder whether the Kent camp are saying, you just go on there and be undefeated. I mean, it kind of looks like it. Get us to 200 lead.
Rawlings again, the spinner. Everyone on the boundary, virtually, apart from that cover fielder. This one's nudged down towards third man. There's fine leg, deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off. Deep extra cover, third man. Presumably deep point as well. Just as I peered round the corner of the Frank Willie stand. 521 for one, Kent, with Cox on 231. Here's Rawlings to Jordan Cox then. Clips it away into the onside. They've run the first one hard. Yeah. Will they come back for two here? Leaning says no.
No, he did say no.
So not even gambling on the throws at the moment. They're just taking the singles. Sussex players applaud their fielding.
Yeah, good bit of fielding by Stuart Meeker, actually. He was very quickly in from long on, preventing a second run.
Do this pair know something that we don't? They're batting like they don't have to declare in 9 balls' time.
Yeah.
522 for one as Rawlings bowls, and Leaning just again clips this into the onside. Will they think about a second this time? No, again, it's just one. So pretty much exclusively singles, and the odd two we've had since lunch.
Yeah, hasn't been a boundary since lunch. And just one over to go after. In fact, there are 8 balls left of the innings. 8. So they need 9 runs off 8 balls if they're going to make the lead exactly 200.
Cox on strike. Field completely spread as he clips this away into the onside. Again, it's all orthodox cricket. They're going to gamble on the second run this time on the throw, and Leaning makes it at the bowler's end.
Yeah.
So they come back for 2. This pair would no doubt be tired. It's an extremely hot day here in Canterbury this morning.
So this stand now is worth, what, 418? Wow.
Still hot this afternoon. Let me see what my... just shy of 30 degrees as the sun beats down, and Cox again turns this into the onside. Possibility of a 2, but this time Leaning has just jogged through for 1 and says, no, that'll do, thanks mate. 526 for 1 after 119 overs. The lead is 194. Cox 235, Leaning 219. 2 batsmen scoring double centuries here for Kent. The first time that has happened since 1934 against Essex at Brentwood, when it was Bill Ashdown who got a triple century and Les Ames got a double ton that day. First time ever 2 double centurions in the same innings.
I was wondering who's going to bowl the final over here. It will be Mitch Clayton. I think you should commentate on this, Ben, because you know this could be it's a record partnership, but it could be a record undefeated partnership for.
That'll be quite something to have a little asterisk against the highest ever stand.
Absolutely. I still think they'll want another 6 runs off this over, because they'll want to get to 200, I'm sure.
Here comes Claydon. It's down the leg side, which is a little bit canny, because in a leg side, or in a one-day game, that's easily a wide. Jordan Cox has got his hand on his hip at the umpire, as if to say, are you really going to let him bowl down there?
I think, to be honest, you know, I mean, there's not many comforts Sussex can take out of this situation, but I do think this morning they'd have probably thought, you know, if they could keep Kent to 200, you know, I think they'd have probably taken that, to be honest, with you know, with people like Billings and Stevens still to come, who aren't going to get a knock now.
419 the partnership. Cox just pushes this past the extra cover fielder to the deep mid-off for a single. So he moves to 236. Kent's lead is 195, and there are, we believe, 4 balls left of the innings.
Yeah. And then Sussex will have to bat 53 overs today and pretty much all of tomorrow to save the game.
Claydon bowling against his former county here at Canterbury, leaning on strike. Plays and misses at this one. Looked like a slower ball.
Yeah.
Just bobbled through to the wicketkeeper. Clever bowling from Claydon. It's a good exponent in white ball cricket of death bowling. Almost employing those tactics at the moment, but with the luxury of having a lot more men on the boundary. With deep cover and deep point, third man, long leg. There's men in extra cover and mid-off, mid-wicket. Long on's back. There's Claydon again to leaning, who just clips this gently past mid-wicket for a single. Only 1 run taken. 2 balls left until the 120 over mark is upon us.
Yeah, I'm sure those Sussex lads have been out there a long time. The openers Haynes and Salt will be very much getting their heads around, right, we're going to be out there in the next 15 minutes.
Claydon bowls to Jordan Cox,
who
goes for a big swing, a big expansive drive, and misses the ball. So he's thinking, I want a boundary to get this lead up to 200.
Yeah, that's what it needs, isn't it? 196 at the moment. But he's only got 1 ball to do it in.
So this is it then. Claydon to Cox for the final time in the Kent innings. 5-2-8 for 1. Cox slaps it away into the offside. It's going to be cut off in the deep. They're going to run and hurry back for 2. Jordan Cox doesn't make his ground. Ben Cox doesn't take the bails off. And that is the Kent innings and a record partnership. 423 runs from 570 balls put on by Jordan Cox. 238 not out. Jack Leaning 220 not out. Kent declare on 530 for 1.
Well, what a wonderful effort by those two batsmen. I thought it was really nice to see. I think this game's been played in a very good spirit, actually, Ben, and I saw Stuart Meeker and Mitch Claydon go up to the 2 batsmen concerned and congratulate them on their innings. So well played. But what a performance. I mean, 423. It's rewritten the Kent record books, and in years to come, Ben, you'll look through those record books and say, yeah, I was there that day. You think about all the games of first-class cricket that Kent have played back over the decades, and they're in a situation now. I think the 2 batsmen concerned are waiting for a photograph. Yes, I can see there must be someone down there who's going to try and get that scoreboard in the background. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. In fact, I think they're going to probably make them walk over to the scoreboard. So they've just made all these runs, and they're going to let Jordan Cox and Jack Leaning be in a photograph with the scoreboard in the background, and that will be displayed somewhere, I'm sure. So there we are. I guess we have a breather for a few minutes, and Kent in a extremely strong position.
Yeah, I'm going to do an update for BBC Radio Kent's FM listeners in a moment. I'll quickly run you through the scorecard because it's not going to take long. Daniel Bell-Drummond caught Finch, bowled Claydon for 43 when the score was 107. Jordan Cox, 238 not out from 345 balls, 27 fours and 3 sixes. Jack Leaning, 220 not out, 308 balls with 29 fours, 6 byes, 5 leg byes, 2 wide, 16 no balls, so 29 extras. Kent 570, I've added 40 runs there, 530 for 1 rather, in 120 overs. The partnership, the new record partnership by any Kent pair for any wicket between Jordan Cox and Jack Leaning, 423 runs, but the key statistic, a lead of 198 runs. That's the first innings advantage Kent have secured themselves here against Sussex.
Very well, how are you? Yeah, cool. Who's on today? Where's he been? Yeah, you go away or? Yeah, good weather. Yeah, I'm doing, not on this line, I'm doing the updates. Yeah, when the commentary is the home station, you can't really talk, is it? So if James wants to ask something, we can do that.
Well, well, we've just seen the 120 over mark reached, so via the rules in the Bob Willis Trophy, that means Kent have to declare. They declare on 530 for 1. That is a lead of 198 runs over Sussex, who were yesterday 332 all out. The final scores for the two batsmen present for the highest ever partnership by a Kent pair, which was in the end were 423 runs. Jordan Cox 238 not out, Jack Leaning 220 not out. They will be out in the field in a moment as Kent seek the wickets to go and try and win this match. Kent 530 for 1 declared here at Canterbury. Kate Kinsella has the weather.
Well, it's not been a great few days for James, I have to say. Kent has declared their first lead on 530 for 1. We've just seen a record partnership for any Kent wicket throughout their history of 423, with Jack Leaning, who made 230, and Jordan Cox, who made 238. The Sussex batsmen will be out to begin their second innings with just a few moments by the Sussex trailing here by 196. That's a long way back to Sussex in this game. Meanwhile, the Championship ends at 124 against Surrey. That's leading by 109. And Middlesex 92 against Hampshire. Leading Hampshire at 46. Oh, this is really outstanding. The commentary box is at the sun.
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Canterbury as the Sussex batsmen make their way out to start their second innings. A deficit of 196 on first innings after that tremendous record-breaking stand between Jack Leaning, who made 230, and Jordan Cox 238. An unbroken partnership for the second hit of 423, an all-time record for Kent. David Fulton sitting next to me, and we can say, David, that we were there.
Yeah, we were there. Brilliant batting performance from Cox and Leaning. And now the serious bet begins, I guess, because we're going to find out just how flat this pitch is. Looked pretty flat when those two gentlemen were batting on it, but different proposition now, Sussex. First innings deficit of 198. Phil Salt, generally, in my experience, and you'll have seen him bat, Adrian, a lot more than me, knows one way. So I expect him to counter-punch, and a lot expected of Tom Haines as well.
Well, it's Harry Podmore who's going to open up for the Naggington Road end, comes in and bowls to Salt, who's forward to the first delivery, plays into the offside, and there is no run. And certainly there are Sussex batsmen in the top six who need a score. You know, I know Harry Finch made 39 in the first inning. You know, Harry will feel he needs a big score. Tom Haines featured well in the early season, but he'll be thinking on this pitch that there's a real chance to make a big score and book your place for the next 2 or 3 games in this competition. Podmore is back to his mark, an attacking field as you would expect. 3 slips, point to cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg, and Podmore runs in towards us and bowls, and Salt is forward and plays with a high left elbow down the track, and there is no run. You're right about Phil Salt. He does like to attack the bowling. Although talking to Ben Brown last week after the win against Hampshire, and he was saying that Phil Salt has got a good defence as well. He batted very responsibly last week. He was Sussex's top scorer with 80 in the second innings and 68 in the first. So he's in good form, but he needs to bat a long time here. As Podmore is in. Bowls, and Salt lets that ball go. With extra lift there from Podmore through to Robinson. There is no run. What do you make of this wicket? Is it as good a wicket as those batsmen made it look, or is there a little bit there for the bowlers, David?
I think there's a bit there, and I think there'll be a bit there with the new ball, without question. The likes of Harry Podmore, Tim Grunewald have had their feet up for best part of a day and a session, haven't they? So they will be fresh and raring to go. Big lead as well. And Podmore, that last ball definitely swung a bit and bounced a bit.
In he comes. Total approach with bowls, and Salt is caught! What a catch! What a catch! That is magnificent. Jack Leaning has not only made 230 runs, he won't get a better slip catch than that. That was magnificent. Salt driving outside the off stump, thick outside edge. The ball flew into the slip cordon, and Leaning, well, just above his head. Brilliant catch. That was magnificent.
One of the best catches I've seen, and I've seen a lot of them over the years. That was fantastic from Jack Leaning. You forgive him for being a little bit tired and jaded after his batting heroics, but not a bit of it. I guess the only thing to say, he is acclimatised. He's seeing it pretty well. He's been out there 24 hours or so, and what a catch that was. I mean, that was going like a rocket. We said Phil Salt likes to attack. It was a full ball. It was there for the drive, and Salt flung his hands at it, thick edge, and Leaning took off. Amazing catch, and what a great start for Kent.
Wow, I mean, it really was, and I don't know if you managed to catch that on the live stream, but that was a little bit special from Jack Leaning, but what a disastrous start for Sussex. We were just saying that Phil Salt likes to attack the bowling, but he really needed to bat time. It goes without saying, he's virtually dragged himself off the field. He's the one Sussex batsman who's been in form and only made 19 in the first innings here, but he's walking along the balcony now at the far end of the ground. Well, you said there was a bit in it.
Well, I think as well, Adrian, it's scoreboard pressure. It's the fact they've been in the field for a day and a bit. It saps the energy. And don't forget, and I've said several times, these guys haven't played a lot of cricket. You know, there was the game last week against Hampshire, and that's been it, other than a bit of inter-club stuff and
yes.
one friendly, couple of days. It's not a lot of preparation time, and it's not just the physical side of things, it's the mental requirements for going and batting for 5 sessions in this heat, having fielded for as long as you have. You know, one error of judgment and you're on your way. That, unfortunately, is a batsman's lot. Yeah. But what a great catch.
It was. And one or two Sussex batsmen will be feeling the pressure, and you know, one of them will be, and you know, it's unfortunate for cricketers. You know, this is their living. But Harry Finch will feel that he needs to score today. Player who's been in and around the Sussex first team for a long time. Very disappointing season last year, but he will really feel that this is his time. He needs to make some runs. As in comes Podmore, running in from the Nackington Road end, bowls, and Finch lets the first ball pass by outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Robinson, and there is no run.
Yeah, and of course the context for a lot of these players is the fact that they are out of contract. I'm not sure Harry Finch's contractual situation, but a lot of counties are going to be looking to make cuts because the pandemic has had there will be financial implications, so there'll be one or two very nervous players out there, so this takes on even greater importance.
Podmore with 3 slips in a gully, in and bowled, and Finch is struck on the pad. He was forward, not overly convincingly. The ball bounces out onto the leg side, so Harry Podmore starts off with a wicket maiden. Phil Salt, the man out, a quite magnificent catch in the slips by Jack Leaning, and Sussex at the end of the opening over are 0 for 1. In answer to your question, I don't know for certain, David, but I'm pretty sure that Harry Finch is one of the Sussex players who is out of contract at the end of this season. So, as you rightly say, with counties having to trim budgets, with counties still, Sussex still have people who are on furlough at the minute, so money is not plentiful in county cricket. So, players will be playing for next season. I mean, I'm sure coaches have already got their eyes on next April, David.
Yeah, I'm sure they have. I mean, the only thing that is to Harry Finch's advantage is that at least it's in his hands to a certain extent. He's out there, he's batting, he's in the team. Yep. Someone like a Luke Wells at the moment who can't even get into the team. Harry Finch is the man in possession. He's got a flat pitch and he's got 5 sessions to bat, because I don't think Sussex will be looking to declare. I don't think they're ever going to get themselves in a position where that may be possible. So you've got 5 sessions to bat, young man. Just take it ball by ball. And of course they've got Darren Stevens to negotiate, and he is in bowling to Tom Haynes, left-handed batsman, and a man he knows well, of course, having coached him, as we found out yesterday.
Yeah.
Darren Stevens worked with Tom Haynes predominantly on his bowling, I guess, because Haynes is Steve-O-esque in his approach and his method with the ball. So 2 men who've worked together are now adversaries. Stevens turns, short run, 44 years of age, bowling to young Haynes, and that one just angled across him, and he has nothing to do with it.
Yes, I missed the conversation yesterday. Was that out in South Africa?
Yeah, Gary Kirsten's academy, and Steve-O quite often spends parts of his winter over in South Africa. He did a bit of work out there. Tom Haynes was there, and there was some good banter yesterday when Haynes was bowling, as Stevens is in past umpire Nigel Long, who's changed ends, of course, for the second innings. And Haynes is back and across behind it, no run, defending down the pitch.
Yes, I was thinking 44 less 21, what does that give us? 23 years age difference between the two. Stevens
turns, angled run, bustling run up, swings gently back into the left-handed Haynes, who just pushes out to Ivan Thomas at mid-off. There is no run. Yeah, last week Darren Stevens was running in, bowling to Ryan Tender-Scarter, who's 40. They're kind of 84 years between them. It was an interesting mix during the Bob Willis Trophy of these seasoned veterans and then youngsters playing their first or second match. As Stevens bowls again to Haynes. That one bounces a bit. But, no real problem for the left-hander, just pushing into the covers. There is no run.
I always like the look of Tom Haynes, David. I think he always looks, technically very good and very correct, but perhaps hasn't bought that technique hasn't bought him perhaps the runs that Sussex would have expected. Maybe he's made in first-class 100 a couple of years ago at Arundel.
Yeah, he's shaping up nicely so far. That one's fallen, swinging, and Haynes is away. Sussex are off and running, just a single into the leg side, and they are 1 for 1 at the end of the second over. Harry Podmore striking, getting rid of Phil Salt, courtesy of an unbelievable catch at second slip. Jack Leading. Yeah, technique's interesting, isn't it? Because we all like the aesthetics of the game, and we like seeing players who are well organised and nice straight bat, but you've only got to look at the current England openers to know that actually technique only gets you so far. It's how many runs you get, and how you get them is relevant, but it's not everything. And we've all known lots of pretty players who don't score enough runs, and Rory Burns and Dom Sibley are quirky, but what they are is mentally tough, nuggety, and they know how to dig in, which is exactly what Sussex have got to do here.
Well, Tom Haynes is going to face Harry Podmore. Sussex 1 for 1 in their second innings. If you just joined us, Phil Salt out for a duck as Podmore is on his way. Comes in and bowls to Haynes, and Haynes let that one pass by outside the off stump. That was a good leave, but you've probably got your slightly more wicket to wicket than me. Did that swing a little bit? Yeah,
that missed off stump by a couple of inches, so you'd say good leave, but Podmore can swing it away from the right-hander, and he brought that one sharply back up the hill to the left-handed Haynes, so just got to watch that one, and sometimes as a batter that's all you need to start pushing at balls, because you've seen it come back at you, and you push at balls you shouldn't play at. 4 slips.
Yes, on the attack is Sam Billings. In comes Podmore, bowls, and Haynes this time is wider of the off stump, and Haynes has nothing to do with that, and he always seems to wander away to a square leg Tom Haynes after pretty much every delivery, and just stands. Harry Finch meanwhile meanders down the pitch, does a bit of gardening. He'll be nervous, Harry Finch. He's at the non-striker's end. Tom Haynes wanders back to his crease. 4 slips, as David was saying. A point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Podmore runs towards us. In over the wicket bowls, and Haynes is forward and driving really without timing out into the offside, and there is no one, and again he wanders off towards square leg. Just 21 years of age, Tom Haynes. Made his debut, I think it was 4 years ago now, down at Bristol. But in the last couple of years has been a regular fixture in the side.
And big opportunity for these two young men.
Oh, without question. Podmore again. He's on his way and bowls, and Haynes again lets that one go outside the off stump, and there is no run. Harry Podmore came from Middlesex. David, he just seems to have been a good signing for Kent. I remember a couple of years ago down here he bowled very well with Matt Henry in a game that Kent won, I think in the promotion year.
Yeah, did well. Took 50 plus wickets last year, along with Matt Milnes was the mainstay, and of course Darren Stevens, the mainstay of that bowling attack. Become a little bit of a spearhead, and no Matt Henry, of course, who's not back this year because of the environment in which we find ourselves. So
Podmore is in and bowls, and Haynes just covers up to a ball pitching probably round about middle stump and plays quietly down the onside footed by Stevens, and there is no run.
Looking at Kent's slip cordon, Jordan Cox and Jack Leading are next to each other at first and second. You think they might have had enough of each other's company, but they're laughing and joking. All's well in their world.
I bet it is.
Sam Billings, who didn't get to the wicket, was next in, had his pads on for the best part of 7 or so hours. He's at wide mid-off.
Podmore turns, and he's coming in again from the Naggington Road end, bowls to Haynes, and Haynes let that one go by outside the off stump. There is no run. End of the over. Sussex are 1 for 1. Harry Finch yet to score. A maiden over from Harry Podmore. Tom Haynes is on one. I was going to ask you, David, in the standard of cricket that I play, which is a very lowly standard, you virtually you had to buy a jug for pretty much everything you did on a cricket pitch. Certainly a 50 was a jug, 5 wickets was a jug of beer, 100 were several jugs. I don't know in the professional game whether anything like that ever existed in your time in the game.
I don't recall buying a jug for getting runs. Matthew Fleming, actually, when he was captain, introduced this rather nice touch. If you got a 5 or you got 100, you had a bottle of Veuve Clicquot champagne he would give you, which was a lovely touch.
Very nice.
Other brands of champagne obviously are available, but Jazza went for the Veuve, which was a nice touch. He did grumble a bit because we hadn't scored any runs for years, and suddenly he introduced this, and all the batters started scoring runs. It cost him a small fortune. He could afford it, mind. But there we go. Darren Stevens in start, his second over past the umpire Nigel Long on the back foot. That's a nice shot from Harry Finch. It's going to be the first boundary of the Sussex second innings as Ivan Thomas chases it down the hill, but he will know that you don't catch up with a well-timed shot down the ground or down the hill to extra cover at the St Lawrence ground. Nice way to open your account, Harry Finch. Big innings, as Adrian said, for Finch, and that'll do him the world of good.
And he looked good in the first innings. He got to 39, but then he had a hoik at O'Riordan, the off-spinner. The first time he missed it, the second time he got a nick through to the keeper and he was caught. So he needs to make sure he's concentrating.
What can Stevens reply with? A little away swinger, quite gentle. Not as much zip in the pitch as Darren Stevens would be used to starting a championship campaign. This is, of course, the Bob Willis Trophy, but it's starting in August as opposed to April, and at his pace, you often think with Darren, as skillful as he is with his wrist behind the ball and being able to cut it and swing it, a little bit of assistance in the surface is what he needs. He's in again to Harry Finch. Good length, and Finch just props forward, and the maker's name ball rolls back to the bowler, and there is no run.
It's like an irony. I was thinking during today with Kent piling on these runs and looking in the direction of the new Kent batting coach, who's of course Michael Yardy. Very successful career at Sussex.
Stevens in to Finch, and that one is just back of a length as rocks on the back foot. There's a short extra cover who fields. It is for skipper Sam Billings. Yes, good point. I mean, Michael Yardy's got so many runs for Sussex and was so influential in those championship winning teams, and of course 2020 success as well, and a hugely popular and well respected figure at Sussex. And now helping out the Kent batsman. And so far, it would appear he's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, get a bonus, I should think.
Stevens bowls this one, keeps it a little bit low as Finch on the back foot, just the toe of the bat. Billings fields at short extra cover. Yeah, I called him last week after Kent were bowled out for 112 in their second innings at Chelmsford. And to be fair, I thought he was really philosophical, which was good to see, from a coach. You can imagine a batting coach, first official 4-day game, bowled out for 112, all doom and gloom. But he wasn't. He said, we won't talk about it tonight. We'll let him reflect on it. He seems largely unflappable, Michael Yardy, and good sense of perspective. That one full from Stevens. Finch just props forward, and again it's Billings who looks full of beans and full of running, despite having his pads on for 7 hours. He fields, and that's another good over, just that boundary from it. Sussex 5 for 1. Phil Salt the man to go, and they've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I heard Matt talk. I didn't see the whole of Jack Leaning's interview last night, but I did Matt ask him a question about coming to Kent, and he was talking about, he didn't mention Michael Yardy specifically, but he was saying sometimes it's good to get a message from another coach. I guess he'd have been working with people at Yorkshire for a number of years, and perhaps it's good to hear someone else having a look at your batting and maybe what you can do, or perhaps what you're not doing quite right.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, Michael Yardy was probably a late appointment. Jack Leaning would have already signed for Kent by the time he made that decision to move.
Podmore in and bowls to Haynes, who plays quietly to point, and there is no run.
But I'm sure, like many of the Kent batsmen, when he saw that appointment, he would have been delighted, because Michael Yardy's got a good head on his shoulders. He knows the game inside and out. He's had his own struggles with form and with mental health, and a lot of these experiences can actually improve you as a coach. It gives you a certain amount of empathy that other coaches perhaps don't have, because things have gone swimmingly well for them all their career, and sometimes it's more difficult to empathise with batsmen who are struggling.
Podmore in again, bowls, and Haynes gets let go outside, goes over the top of off stump, taken by Robinson. There is no run. But
ultimately, as a player, you have to take responsibility for your own career, your own form. But there's no doubt, Adrian, that change of scenery, different group of blokes, Sometimes it's a coach. Sometimes it's just a group of players, and sometimes it's just a fresh start. It can reinvigorate a career. We've seen it time and time again. You think of someone like Chris Adams, who came down from Derby, who was a very fine player. But he went from strength to strength, having made that career, and that's just the first name that came to me.
Podmore in and bowls. Outside the off stump taken by Robinson, there is no run. Yes, I guess the big one for Sussex in recent years will probably be Chris Jordan.
Yeah.
David, who came down, he wasn't having a great time at Surrey, and I think it rejuvenated Chris's career coming to Hove.
Yeah, I think you see it with quite a few players. Sometimes you just need opportunity. I mean, obviously Darren Stevens was the obvious example here at Kent. He was averaging 28 with the bat and 68 with the ball when he came to Kent in 2005. And look what he's done since.
Podmore in again and bowls, and Haynes just clips this one firmly to mid-wicket. There is no run. Haynes on 1, Finch on 4, Sussex 5 for 1.
I think as well, you have no excuse when you move to another county. If it doesn't work out at your first county, it can be for a whole host of reasons. But if it then doesn't work out again at your second county, then it could well be that you're not good enough. So, and people realise that, not exactly last chance saloon, but it's pretty important to make that second opportunity count.
Podmore again. Haynes, that's wide of the off stump, and Haynes isn't to be tempted and wanders away towards square leg, and there is no run. And we were talking yesterday, about Jack Leaning and the importance of, and we were talking about homework that's done when players are being recruited, and it seems as if Jack Leaning, when he's going to fit into the dressing room now, because he's made a double 100, but it seems as if Kent had done their homework.
Yeah, Kent do their homework. I think most counties do their homework when they're going to part with a decent amount of cash for someone of Jack Leaning's experience. 3 slips in a gully as Podmore turns at the Naggington Road end. He's in and bowls, and Haynes is driving. It comes off an edge. It's going to run down to third man for 4 runs, but a moral victory. It was a shot that Haynes wasn't in total control of. It was in the air past the gully, left hand of the gully fields, and runs away for 4 runs. So Haynes goes to 5, Sussex 9 for 1, but encouragement for Podmore there, David. Yeah, Podmore's bowled beautifully. That was the first run scored off his bowling. The 18th ball is sent down, and it flew off a thick edge. They had 4 slips in. If they had a 5th, it might have been close to that 5th fielder. It was that kind of line. But very decent start from Harry Podmore and from Kent. That early wicket as Darren Stevens prepares to continue, and we're going to have a change here. Adrian's going to step out, and Ben Watts is going to come in. I'm going to move chairs, so bear with us. Did you get that catch, mate? You see it?
That was useful, that catch, wasn't it? Oh, crikey.
Darren Stevens continuing from the pavilion end, that one down the leg side, and there's a big appeal. Wow.
Ollie Robinson was keen, all the Kent players were keen.
Ollie Robinson, and the slips went up. I mean, it would have been a horrible way to get out, and would have rather summed up Sussex's fortune so far in this match, because it was a foot down the leg side from Darren Stevens. Harry Finch off the back foot tried to catch it up, and luckily for him, he missed it.
Update incoming for BBC Radio Kent's FM listeners very shortly. And DAB. Stevens in again to Finch. Foolish. And thick inside edge to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Lots of theatre out there at the moment. Lots of noise from the Kent players. Understandably feeling rather enthused by the current situation. Free in on a few more emails that we've had in a moment's time. KentCricket@gmail.com, at BBC Kent Sport as well on Twitter. Sussex 9 for 1. Stevens in, this one off the back foot, Finch attacking. Good bit of fielding from Kadri at cover point. This will be a
thing for Kent's fielders as well, to make sure they don't let Sussex's batsmen get away to a start. Keep the pressure on. Plenty of energy at the moment. Stevens bowling this one wide, and that's going to be 4 more to Finch. Good shot, not his best delivery, bit short, bit wide, and he just punched it through the vacant extra cover area. Billings is in on the catch.
Well, Sussex now batting 13 for 1 after Harry Podmore struck early on for Kent. Jack Leaning, the double centurion or one of, took an outstanding catch high above his head at slip to remove Phil Salt, the England Lions player, without scoring. So 0 for 1 now has become 13 for 1 with Finch and Haynes there. But the key men today so far: Jordan Cox, 238 not out for him. Jack Leaning, 220 not out. Their partnership a Kent best for any wicket, 423 that pair put on to ensure Kent 530 for 1 when 120 overs was reached, and that's when they have to declare in this competition. So their lead going into this innings, 198 runs thanks to those 2 double centurions. Currently Sussex 13 for 1 in reply here as Podmore continues from the far end. Commentary continues online. Kate Kinsella has the weather. So 3 slips in a gully in play at the moment for Kent. Kadri at point and Billings at cover, as well as Stevens at mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Cox and Leaning at 1 and 2. Sat aside Ollie Robinson, the wicket-keeper, as Podmore runs in and bowls. This one thuds into the thigh pad by the sounds of it. Haynes was looking to steer it away into the onside. David, I don't know if you touched upon it when yourself and Adrian were on commentary, but were you slightly surprised that the 2 guys didn't come out and swing from the hip after lunch?
But yeah, we didn't talk about it actually, but yeah, it's a good point. I mean, they were so dominant, but Sussex were quite happy to put the field back, maybe go at 6 and over. They didn't seem to have quite the urgency that you'd expect, because you don't know whether those extra 30 or 40 runs they could have got as a team will end up being important.
Podmore bowls left on length outside the off stump by Haynes.
That said, psychologically, 530 for 1 speaks volumes about Kent's dominance, and then if you come out, thrash a few up in the air and you end up 5 or 6 down, it doesn't seem quite as dominant. That said, what's more important, the runs on the board? Probably. So would you rather be 530 for 1 or 560 for 6 at your 120 overs? Probably I'd take the 560 for 6, but that's to take nothing away from the way those 2 fellas played.
Podmore in and pushed back past him. There's no mid-off, so there'll be a quickly scrambled 1 at least. Only 1, Darren Stevens, the man that comes across from mid-on to do the fielding. I just thought it was worth mentioning because there was a few people that had got in touch. I think Steve on Twitter saying that he was somewhat unsure what he'd just seen the previous 4 overs prior to the 120, and Andrew was suggesting that Kent should have been playing T20 cricket from overs 110 to 120. So
yeah, I have some sympathy from that position, I must say, because let's just say Sussex do manage to get past Kent, and Kent run out of time to win this match, and it goes down to the wire. That bit of urgency that could have been shown might cost them.
4 more bowls on the stumps. Finch in behind this, playing defensively. Of course, that early wicket will be a bonus, but that is surely plausible that Sussex bat on and bat well and make Kent go again, and time could be a factor. Yeah,
time could be a factor, and I think you never know in a game. We've seen, haven't we, over the test matches recently, that there can be close finishes. 4 days is a long time, a test match, 5 days is a long time, but actually sometimes these games go down to the wire and you're winning games with an over or 2 to spare, so you leave no stone unturned.
Podmore bowls and attempted drive by Finch. He's dragged it back towards the bowler, and Podmore does really well to stop it in his follow through. End of the over. Sussex 14 for 1 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Ben Watson, former Kent captain David Fulton in the commentary box, just as we're about to have a hand sanitisation break. Just an email coming in from Martin Shaw. Andrew Sampson, the BBC TMS statistician, has tweeted the highest first class totals with the loss of just 0 or 1 wicket. So we've got 5-6-1 for 1, Karachi Whites v Quetta Karachi in 1977. 5-5-5 for 1, Yorkshire against Essex in Leighton in 1932. 5-4-9 for 1, Rhodesia against Orange Free State Bloemfontein in 1968, and then 530 for 1, Kent against Sussex here at Canterbury in 2020.
There you go. My guess is that Matt Walker and the rest of the batting lineup didn't know those figures, or they might have had a word and said, come on, there's history to be made, lads, let's put our foot down. I mean, those kind of numbers are lovely if you can get over them and make history, but that'll always be with Jordan Cox and Jack Leaning. You know, they will always know that they were part of something very special. And no one can take that away from them. But going back to your earlier point, do I think Kent could have put the foot down a little bit harder? Yes, and having been in the situation where I've been in the field where teams have been doing that, quite nice if they just knock it around for one a baller. Steve-O comes in again, bowling to Tom Haynes. There's a big shout for LBW, but I think it was sliding down the leg side. I remember playing against a Leicestershire team here who were putting us to the sword. Vince Wells and company were smashing it everywhere, and it was pretty disheartening, especially when you're an opening batsman and you're chasing a lot of leather, you're sprinting around, diving, trying to stop things. They're going at 10 and over. You get a bit discombobulated, whereas I felt Sussex were kind of managing the run rate towards the end of the Kent innings there. Stevenson again, bowling to the left-handed Haynes, this one down the leg side once again. They do have three fielders tight in on the one, as well as a fine leg. The offside field is 3 slips, backward point and a wide mid-off. Sussex 14 for 1, still trailing by 184.
Michael, an email just querying the term declaration. He's saying that because of the rules of the competition, it's just 530 for 1 after 120 over limit.
Yeah, that's a good point. Stevenson again, this one defended into the offside. They think about a quick single, well advised not to. Ivan Thomas and Abdullah Kadri closing in on the ball. Yeah, it's probably not declared because you're not going to declare in that situation. They would have gone on to get 600 plus and really put Sussex under the pump. So yeah, their innings is finished because that's the rules of the competition.
Yeah, in the same way if you had 50 over match, 50 overs, you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. Thanks, Michael.
Stevens bowls pushed into the offside. Stevens at his miserly best here, approaching the end of his 4th over. A couple of boundaries from Finch. Other than that, just a single off him. Not really finding much in the way of movement, but he'll keep probing away. This takes one to nip up the hill, find an edge. 44 years of age, he's seen it all. Angled run as he trots in, bowls to Haynes, it's down the leg side, it's going to be runs. I think it might have come off the pad, but it's going to be 4. No, it is runs, little inside edge. Fine of the long leg who runs round, and the ball has gone under the covers towards the Nackington Road end. So I don't think we'll see a long spell here for Darren Stevens. I think Sam Billings will probably, given the heat and given he's got quite a few at his disposal, he'll keep rotating them, and I don't think it'll be too long, Ben, before we see some spin, and that will be fascinating.
You've got 2 of them in the team, Reardon and Kadri, young lads, both looking to make an impression, just as Jordan Cox has done.
Stevens bowls to Haynes on the back foot, pushes to Sam Billings at the short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Sussex 18 for 1, which is joining us. Phil Salt, the man to go. Brilliant catch by Jack Leaning, who'd earlier scored a double 100, 220 not out, a record partnership of 423 with Jordan Cox. Kent not declaring, but their innings closed 530 for 1, big lead of 198, and now they're looking for early wickets.
Yeah, as was pointed out by one of our listeners or correspondents, it was a message I received. Let me just get it right who sent it in. Oh, it was David, one of my colleagues, suggesting it must be almost a world record for the amount of time that Sam Billings sat in his pads waiting to go and have a bat, only to watch on at that new record partnership between Cox and Leaning, as Podmore is in and bowling. In behind this one, Finch. Billings himself actually tweeted, "Anyone know the best remedies for pad rash? Asking for a friend."
Very nice touch.
So the Kent skipper enjoying the fact that he had to sit there and keep his pads on, but while watching his team doing excellently, and I'm sure he will have revelled and taken a lot of enjoyment from seeing those two guys do so well.
Yeah, he would have done. You do as captain, you see a new signing that you would have been instrumental in getting Leaning to Kent, and then a young player. So he would have loved that.
Podmore driven back towards him, excellently stopped in his follow through. There was a shriek of excitement and enjoyment from Podmore when Leaning took that catch to dismiss Phil Salt. Going into this match, I was chatting to Matt Walker about the dangers Sussex might pose, and Phil Salt was one of the men we talked about, and Ollie Robinson was the other. And of course Robinson was withdrawn from the game, called into the England bubble, didn't have to put up with him, and then Kent have dismissed Salt twice pretty cheaply.
Yeah, and we were saying timing's important, isn't it? If you're Jordan Cox, obviously Ollie Robinson not being around makes the challenge slightly easier, taking nothing away from him.
Podmore bowls once again on the leg side and clipped away out towards mid-wicket, but no run.
I was just flicking through some of the lunchtime scores, and of course all the counties have their streams and their social media feeds, and I was just watching Sean Dixon get a very tricky delivery against Lancashire, and he was on his way for not very many. I think they were 3 for 2, so it would have been a single figure score even if he got off the mark. And you're thinking, had Sean Dixon stuck around, maybe Jordan Cox wouldn't have even been playing this game. So you need a break or two, but what you have to do is take that opportunity, and that is what Jordan Cox did emphatically today.
Here comes Podmore, more on Dixon in a moment actually, as this one's left alone outside the off stump, because Rob Mellor's emailed in on kentcricket@gmail.com saying, "Spare a thought for Sean Dixon, 11 and 14 on his Durham debut, 2 and 3 in the current match, while his replacement, in inverted commas, scores a double century after scores of 15 and 29 last week at Chelmsford." By the way, he's watching on or listening in from Essex, Kentish man marooned in Essex, he says, but his mother and father are watching on from their flat in Freeman House, so away to our left, David, second floor, as Podmore bowls and it's pushed back to him defensively. Finch just leaping in his crease to make sure he got over the top of that ball. Dead square of the pavilion end crease, so we might even be able to spot them watching on.
If you can hear us, give us a wave if you're out on your balcony. They said no crowds allowed at county cricket, but of course we forgot the flats overlooking the ground. There were 1 or 2 people watching Chelmsford last week who popped onto their balconies.
Yeah, certainly that was
nice. If
full of people this morning in the Freeman House. Away to our left as we look on from our commentary position in the pavilion end of the ground, bowling from the other end, Podmore, defended again by Finch. Yes, I'm sure, Rob, you're looking forward to joining them at some point. Best seat in the house, really.
Yeah,
there aren't many seats in the house at the moment.
No,
they're occupied.
Am I right in thinking you've got to be of a certain age to be in one of those properties?
I think it is a retirement apartment. Yeah, so
I think you're a long way off, Ben. Some of us might be eligible before too long.
Yeah, can I put my name down for one? 50 years time, maybe.
They do look smart, though. I remember when they were being built, I wasn't totally convinced, but now they're up. Yeah, it looks lovely. Yeah,
because it used to be a nice hill and quite a nice bank that people would get a decent vantage point, particularly for limited overs games. It would always be rammed, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you get the sun, don't you, late in the day over that side. Combine that with a beer or two. There's a bit of atmosphere coming off the hill.
18 for 1. Sussex.
Looks like we've got our first change. Could be wrong, but it looks like the back of Tim Grunewald.
Yeah, it does.
So I thought it'd be short, sharp spells. Darren Stevens, 4 overs. No wicket for 13. Not much happening for him, so I'll make this a decent change. Keep Steve-O fresh. No point bowling him into the ground on a flat one, and there's not much happening. So I think we'll have a little look at Grunewald and maybe Thomas, and I don't think it'll be too long before the spinners come into the attack, especially with Haynes being left-handed. Bit of rough outside his off-stump for the likes of O'Riordan and Kadri. Grunewald, of course, who originally from Derbyshire but played a lot of years at Somerset till he made the move to Kent. He will be used to bowling on flat pitches. Taunton traditionally pretty flat, albeit it's done a bit in the last couple of years. So no stranger to hard work. And Grunewald is going to be bowling to Tom Haynes. He's 10 not out, 18 for 1. It's past umpire Nigel. All round the wicket to the left-hander, 3 slips. He leaves it well alone outside off stump. 3 slips, 3 men saving 1 on the offside. Mid-on square leg and a long leg, so pretty traditional field. Kent not over-attacking, which I think is right on this surface. You've got to make the most of the new ball, Ben, but you know, sometimes captains get funky, let's see 4 or 5 slips, all of a sudden the team gets away and they're kind of 50 off 11 or 12 overs and they start eating into that lead. You know.
Yeah, pressure is almost just as important. We know this is a good batting pitch.
Yeah, you want to make sure they take a long time to go past you. As Grunewald's in again to the left-handed Haynes, pushes into the onside. Daniel Drummond swoops in from square leg, pops it up to Harry Podmore at mid-on.
Yeah, because for all the elation and dominance that Kent showed with the bat, effectively they need to forget about the fact that they've just put 500 on the board for 1 down, and the real deficit that matters is the 180 runs that are now between the two teams.
Absolutely right. Still 40 overs left in the day, so if you go at 4 and over, they've almost eradicated that. It's Grunewald bowls, and Haynes is clipping from a ball that looked like it was outside off stump but angled in. Yeah, so you always look at kind of run rates and think, well, 43 overs remaining. If they go at 4s, then that is, by my maths, 172. We'll ignore the 0.3. I can't do that maths, but 172. So that's your deficit erased. So if you're 1 down at the end of play, then you've pretty much got an even ball game. So they need to make it difficult for Sussex to go past. As Grunewald bowls again, and Haynes is clipping. This is going to be runs, certainly a couple. Podmore is bowling at the far end, is giving chase down the hill, slides. They're coming back for 3, and Podmore's got a good arm, but they make it comfortably. A nice shot from Haynes. And Sussex will be aware of that situation as well, so they won't want to go into their shell. They want to play their natural games. Keep the scoreboard ticking along, punish the bad balls, and in a way that's the good thing about the 120 overs. I'm still not totally convinced about it as a rule, because Kent obviously would have gone on at 5:30 for 1, but that 180, 190 lead gives Sussex the opportunity to get back in the game to a certain extent. Grunewald is in his bowling turn. Harry Finch now, the right-handed batsman, who cuts upish and over Podmore, who's at backward point. Is that Podmore point?
Stevens.
Is it Stevens at backward point? Whatever that was, he's just got number 3 on his back, which is Steve-O's. Isn't it Steve-O at backward point? So Harry Podmore probably won't forgive me for confusing the two. One stocky-ish, the other angular, taller. Good shot from Finch, short and wide, and he went for it.
Yeah, Grunewald was annoyed with himself, wasn't he, kicking out of the turf. Bit of a freebie for the batsman.
Grunewald in again to Finch, this one much tighter line, back of a length, over the top of off stump, well bowled. That's the end of his first over, went for 7, Sussex 25 for 1. Yeah, so Kent had batted on and got 600, 650, say, which they were in a position to do so, then it's just a case of Sussex just bat and runs are pretty much irrelevant. Whereas actually now, with 190 lead, 198 as it was, the opportunity for Sussex to keep scoring runs is there, because that will, as soon as they go past that 198, will mean that Kent have obviously got to then chase those runs down. So Sussex can get 300 plus. They've got a chance of saving this game.
Bournemore's going to continue from the Nackington Road end, 25 for 1. As Adrian Harms has been saying as well, what an opportunity this is for some of the Sussex batsmen to really dig in, show some grit, get a score on the board. They know that it's a good one for batting as Podmore bowls. Attempted drive from Haynes off the inside edge into the leg side. The likes of Haynes and Finch. Rawlings got starts first innings but didn't go on. Clark got a half century. Brown just missing out on 3 figures. Those guys all will know that there is an opportunity for them to go better than they did first time around and potentially save this game for their side, despite the way that the momentum of the game has been going over the past day or so. 3 slips in a gully for Harry Podmore. Down the slope from the Nackington Road end to the left-hander. Left on length once more by Haynes, who's got 13 from 34 balls so far, 12 from 24 for Finch after the loss of Salt. Caught brilliantly without scoring by leaning at second slip off Harry Podmore.
Yeah, just looking at the numbers for Haynes and Finch. Haynes 17 matches, high score of 124, just a 100 and 250s, average is 22.85. So his early days in his career, but 17 matches is not insignificant, so he'll want to improve those numbers.
Podmore bowling to him down the leg side, and it's clipped away. Just got enough on it. Was there a bit of pad or a bit of bat? Looks like it's bat. So Haynes gets a boundary. The finest of leg glances. He moves to 17, 29 for 1 Sussex.
So Haynes averaging 22. Harry Finch has played considerably more games, 49 first-class games, high score of 135. He's got 300s, averaging 25. So, you know, two batsmen averaging 22 and 25. Finch, this is 50th first-class match. You think with those kind of numbers, they need to improve, and in Finch's case, need to improve fairly quickly. So he'll be aware of this opportunity. He'll also be aware of the context of County's financial position and, you know, contract situation. All of that plays on the mind. It won't while the bowler's running in, but that's the context.
Haynes just shoulders arms, and this one from Podmore seemed to move immensely as it went past the stumps, and Robinson made a good diving stop and catch away to his right.
Yeah, it was a good delivery. It nipped back and kept on swinging. Would have probably gone over the top and middle, but it's a good pitch. You know, a little bit of movement, but good bounce, and it was the bounce that saved Haynes then.
Yeah, at the moment he seems to be leaving on length, the left-handed batsman. Finch up the other end. Remember him scoring a few runs against Kent previously, one particular game at Tunbridge Wells. Sticks in the memory. As Podmore bowls, full delivery, and Haynes just pushed at that one and felt for it, and the Kent fielders, you'll have heard their reaction, the oohs and ahs, as that failed to find the outside edge.
Excellent delivery by Podmore. Yeah, Finch, you go on Crick Info, and I know a lot of our listeners will from time to time, check out different things. The Crick Info gives all the stats, but it also gives the last run of games that the players had, and obviously most of the cricketers are stretching back into 2019. So the last first-class game Harry Finch played in 2019, 18th of August against Middlesex, pair.
Podmore in and bowling, and again just beats the outside edge of Haynes' bat. It's excellent line and length bowling from Harry Podmore. Is not the quickest, but he really does bowl good areas and nibbles the ball around and swings it as well. 29 for 1 here, Sussex.
Yeah,
Finch.
Podmore bowling beautifully.
Finch 12, Haynes 17.
Yeah, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9. He's gone past the bat, he's picked up the wicket. You think he didn't play last week at Chelmsford. And Bowler County got better the more he bowled in the first innings, Sussex's first innings. So, without wanting to annihilate Harry Finch, just suggesting that he needs score. Pair against Middlesex. He then played 4 days later against Essex in a T20 match, and he made 0. And then last week he made 8 and 10 against Hampshire. So he's facing Grunewald and nudges into the leg side. So form you could describe as Fulton-esque. I remember having a season like that in 2000 where I think it took me 2 months to get to 10. Admittedly that was early season, this is August, so perhaps slightly better batting conditions now. So essentially what I'm trying to say is Harry Finch needs some runs, and this is a great opportunity. He's got a long time to bat, he's got a good pitch, and we will find out. As Grunewald comes into him now, it's full, and he defends into the offside. And we'll look Kadri quickly onto it. Shaped to throw left-handed. Is he one of these cricketers, Kadri, that throws left-handed and bowls right-handed?
I haven't noticed, I must say, but there is a few of them knocking about.
Yeah. Samit Patel, Kevin James, who of course is BBC Radio Solent. He was the one who used to run in and bowl these left-arm swingy things, and then you take on his right arm in the field at your peril. So Grunewald is in. This is wide outside off stump. Finch climbs into it, but toes it somewhat, and Ivan Thomas slides around at a wide mid-off, just a single.
I'm glad you brought that up about our friend Kevin, because he doesn't like to blow his own trumpet. He's a very modest man. Whenever I like to try and bring up his records or his previous experiences, he refuses to talk about them. So,
yeah, he was a good cricketer. Careers overlapped a little bit. He was too good for me on several occasions. But yeah, I remember he was the first one that I came across that would throw it in like a rocket right arm and then bowl left arm. Samit Patel is another one. And there are 1, one or two others.
Yeah, there's definitely a few more. I think he's not playing county cricket anymore, but formerly of Leicestershire, he's now the Loughborough Lightning head coach, Rob Taylor, guy I went to uni with. He bowls left arm, and I think he throws right arm as well.
Okay, well, Grunewald is round the wicket to Tom Haynes. That one gets a little bit low. Robinson again taking it outside the line of the leg stump, so suggesting that it nipped back down the hill. But, a few alarms at the moment for these two batters, so I'll be really interested to see whether the wicket spins, because at the moment heavy roll has been on it and it's behaving itself as Grunewald comes past umpire Nigel Long in full. Nice Yorker length, comfortably dug out by Haynes, straight back to the bowler, no run.
As a captain, would you be keen to get a spinner on quite early here?
Yeah, I think you'd be inclined to have a look, because the sun's been baking down on it for 2.5 days. And there's not much happening for the seamers. I think you've got to give the seamers first crack because the ball's harder than you, but even if it's just 2 overs, have a look, see if it spins for 2 overs. If it doesn't, you can whip him back out the attack and put your seamers back on. Grunewald around the wicket to Haynes, 4, and he's swinging across the line, which suggests it was going down the leg side. That's certainly the opinion of umpire Nigel Long, but there was a big shout, and he did look like he was quite a long way across, looking to flick that expansively over the leg side, and thudded into the pad. But Grunewald round the wicket on the angle, sliding. 31 for 1. Finch is 13. Haynes keeps a strike, he's 17.
Looks as if it's going to bowling change in the Nackington Road end. 4 more coming off to 6 overs, 1 for 9, 3 maidens as well. Looks like Darren Stevens is going to swap ends. So it is going to be a bit more seam with this ball, which is, what, 11, 12 overs old now?
Yeah, and I think if you're going to use Darren Stevens, then he's going to be, you'd think, at his most effective with the new ball. That was the kind of Rob Key master stroke, really. Because I signed Darren back in 2005, but we used him as a second change bowler, and Kesey recognised that actually, given the new ball, that's where he's going to be most effective, and that's when he started taking all those wickets.
3 slips in play for him. Stevens bowls, watchfully defended by Haynes.
But all I would say is that he's done a lot of his damage early and late season, which has always been the criticism of the county championship in recent times, that it does, those conditions do suit the likes of Darren Stevens. We've got a much flatter wicket, a more traditional kind of 4-day wicket, more of a test type pitch here.
Stevens trying to do his best on it as Haynes is forward and defending back to him.
So while he's economical, if nothing's happening quite as it would in those early months when it's zipping around off the seam, then my instinct would be, it's not his day, it's not his conditions, let's see if it spins.
Yeah, don't over bowl him.
Yeah, but I think, you know, he's earned the right over the years to be given a good crack. You know, he's been a major wicket-taking weapon for Kent, so why not have a look at him?
He's in and bowling. He's pushing him into the covers. I suspect that as much as Simon Cook has spoke about Kent's bowlers and playing them 3 out of the 5 games perhaps in this competition, if this is going to be Darren Stevens' last in county cricket, he's surely going to be saying, I want to play every game.
Yeah, he'll be looking to play every game. His contract is up, of course, as well, so that's another factor. He wants to play for another year, so he'd like to play all 5 and really do well in those 5.
He's in and bowling, edged, dropped by Jack Leaning, diving to his right. It was a tricky one. It was to Cox's left and to Leaning's right, and although the pair of them almost telepathic in the way that they batted together, there's frustration between them at the moment. Leaning's looking at Cox, Cox is looking at Leaning saying, oh, I think I would have had that if you hadn't have palmed it past me. So a chance goes down. Haynes dropped on 17 and Stevens could have had the breakthrough, and well, a rare blemish for Jack Leaning today.
Yeah, it was a tough catch, but given the one that he caught earlier in the piece to get rid of Phil Salt, it was one he'd expect to take.
Stevens in, and this one defended with more precision.
That's why you never bet against Darren Stevens, having tried to talk him off and get the spin on. You know, showing all his skill, swinging a couple back in, that one just nipping down the hill, finding the outside edge.
Just so nagging, isn't he?
Oh, I'd hate to face Darren Stevens. Give me nightmares, he would.
I think I'd like to face him just once, just to see what it's like, to be honest, and then I'll change my mind and say, no, second thoughts. Driven away up towards mid-off. Realise I'm nowhere near good enough and he's far too canny,
well,
as many batsmen do find out.
Death by 1,000 cuts. You know, he's not going to knock your head off, but he just keeps asking those questions. Plays on your mind, does Darren.
I think we're going to have a brief stoppage due to drinks coming out for the Kent fielders. We're going to have a change in the commentary box, so Adrian Harms is going to jump in. David Fulton with us on day 3. Here, the former Kent captain for Kent against Sussex. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent's FM listeners and DAB that you'll just hear in a moment's time as well. Don't worry, you're not missing anything out there, as the break and the alcohol hand gel being offered around as well. It's been quite a day so far. But the key stat, perhaps, the deficit, just 167 now between Kent and Sussex. I love how the players having this alcohol hand gel break has made us do the same, Adrian. Well, Sussex 31 for 1, so the deficit 167 runs to Kent, who, after their 120 overs of the first innings, which is the cut-off point in this Bob Willis Trophy competition, 530 for 1 they amassed, 423 runs, the new Kent record partnership for any wicket, put on by Jordan Cox and Jack Leaning, the 19-year-old opener Cox scoring 238 not out, Leaning a new signing from Yorkshire, 220 not out. Harry Pommel with the wicket, Leaning taking a masterful catch at second slip high above his head, although he did just drop Tom Haynes on 17 off the bowling of Darren Stevens. So not quite the perfect day for Leaning, but Salt going for naught, so Sussex improving their position now from 0 for 1 to 31 for 1 as commentary continues online. Kate Kinsella with the weather. So Tim Groeneveld continuing, and Adrian Harms back with us. 3 slips in play for Groeneveld, and it's driven very nicely indeed by Harry Finch. It's going to be a chase on to stop this from going all the way for 4, and it will be an unsuccessful one for Freddie Clarkson, the 12th man. And so Finch moves on to 17 to match Haynes up the other end. 17 for both of these two Sussex batsmen, 35 for 1 on the board. No extras then at present.
I'm alright, mate.
Salt
how's your holiday?
out for naught.
Yeah, it was lovely.
Here comes Groeneveld again. Driven straight back. Oh, and thrown towards the stumps, and that's hit Finch. Groeneveld just... umpire looking in his direction. He just picked it up and threw it instinctively at the stumps, and if he hadn't have hit the batsman that oozed from the Kent fielder, suggesting that he could well have been struggling, could well have been run out. Adrian's just doing a quick update for BBC Radio Sussex next door, and we'll hear from him in a moment. The task here for Tim Groeneveld, well, for perhaps the view of some Kent supporters, going out to bowl Mitch Claydon, the man he's effectively replaced, who's of course on the opposition side, driven up towards mid-off there by Finch. So far the two of them 1 wicket apiece in the game, so even Stevens between the man that's moved on from Kent to Sussex and then the man from Somerset who's come into Kent to replace Claydon effectively. One would argue that Claydon's most useful skill set in white ball cricket perhaps. Groeneveld, a man that is capable of bowling all very good spells in red ball cricket, and that's an example of why. Beauty just outside the off stump. Finch offering the bat at it but beating the outside edge through to Ollie Robinson. 163 runs between these teams at the moment. The point situation, Kent with the maximum of 8. Batting bonus points, all 5 plus the wickets. Greneville bowls, a big slash at this one. It was wide and back of length. Finch just threw the hand at it, didn't get the bat anywhere near, really, in truth. Through to Ollie Robinson. It wasn't given as a wide in this format of cricket, despite the width on offer. End of the over. Sussex 35 for 1 as Harry Podmore reappears, having just gone off briefly, and Freddie Clarkson coming on to replace him. Thanks very much for everyone who's been getting in touch with us so far today. We had a flurry and list full of emails this morning, both Adrian and I, so do keep in touch. KentCricket@gmail.com, at BBC Kent Sport on Twitter, and Adrian Harms for Sussex supporters.
Yeah, in comes Darren Stevens to bowl to Tom Haines, who was dropped in the previous owner by the man who caught a belter to get rid of Phil Salt. Low to his right hand side. It was an easier chance, isn't that the way? You take the brilliant catch, which even David Fulton, who's seen a few catches here in his time, and indeed during his career as a county cricketer, said that was some catch. That was right up there. So here comes Stevens running in over the wicket bowls, and Haines plays from the crease. And I've got to say, at the moment, I thought Harry Finch looked quite frustrated in that previous over, and Tom Haines offering a chance into the slip cordon. And this is a day for these Sussex batsmen to get their heads down. It's a good pitch. I think these, Stevens particularly always bowls a teasing line and length, but there's no demons in this pitch. It's a lovely day, and it's a day for getting your head down. As in comes Stevens and bowls, and Haines is more solidly forward on this occasion. That's a better shot, plays to short extra cover, and there is no run. Both batsmen on 17. Phil Salt out in the first over, off the bowling of Harry Podmore, caught at second slip by a leaping Jack Leaning. If you've seen the catch, it really was, you'd struggle to see one better, to be honest. Sussex trailing by 196 on first innings. And Stevens is in over the wicket bowls, and Haines is beaten again outside of the off stump. He's making as if he didn't mean to play that, Tom Haines, but he was beaten, taken by Robinson, and there is no run. It's extraordinary, really, Ben, that we've sat here for a day and a half and the ball has barely deviated, and yet Stevens just seems to, he's such a clever bowler. It comes with experience. It comes of putting that ball on a length, ball in, bowl out, and just posing problems to batsmen, and he's doing it again here today. 3 slips go down, and Stevens is on his way. He's in and bowls, and Haines places correctly enough. He's forward and plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Tom Haines got to 21 in the first innings before, like several of the top order Sussex batsmen, they rather gave it away, and he will be determined to make sure that he doesn't make the same mistake in this innings. Sussex trailing by, what a lot, what is that, 160, 164 at the moment. Stevens in and bowls, and Haines is forward, Stevens is down, he's given out, and we were just saying it looked like a wicket could fall, and Darren Stevens does it, and Tom Haines, who yet again has got a start, he was dropped in the previous over, but no reprieve this time. The umpire's finger is up, and Tom Haines, difficult to see from here, but maybe only half forward, struck on the pad. The only question might have been, was he far enough forward for the umpire to have not really been able to tell whether the ball was going to hit the stumps or not. But in the end, Tom Haines has got to go, and it's an awful start for Sussex. 35 for 2, and both openers now back in the pavilion.
Yes, that drop from Jack Leaning, it
didn't cost anything, did it? In the end,
not cost anything for Kent.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Haines was on 17 when he was dropped. Harry Finch had a 4 in the next over, but really 4 runs, neither here nor there. But he just probes away Stevens. He's asking questions. You wonder if Tom Haines was settled by the fact he'd just been caught, or he should have been caught in it. I was just watching it. He walked to the dressing room, Tom Haines, and I saw him threw his bat on the floor as he walked in through the door. Maybe unhappy with the decision. Who knows? Probably just disappointed that he's out, because he's missed out twice on a good track here. 21 in the first innings, 17 in the second. And he looks such a good player, Tom. But he's just not making the runs at the moment. And Sussex in deep, deep trouble here, Ben.
Stevens is never too far away, is he really, when he's coming in and bowling? He nips it both ways. He's always a threat with the new ball, as David Fulton was just explaining, and for him, the reward he could have almost had in the previous over as Groenewald bowls, and this is flicked round the corner by Finch and should go away for 4 runs. Puts into some of the kit in front of the Les Ames stand, put there by the Sussex coaching team. So he moves to 21. As you say, Adrian had a real slash at that wide one from Groenewald in the previous over.
Yeah. But you know, there was no need to do that because there's plenty of time. Sussex need to bat time. Also, the fact, because of the rules of this competition, you're 200 runs behind. But if Sussex bat here, you know, they could clear off these arrears by the close of play tonight.
Yeah, the fact that the momentum has been all against them for the last day matters not really right now, as this is a beauty from Groenewald. Again, Finch plays and misses outside the off stump. Because of the unique rules of the competition, it really does give Sussex a genuine chance of drawing the game and getting a result.
Most definitely. You know, bat today, if you're scoring 100 runs a session, then you're maybe 200 at close of play. Maybe, if you could get there with 3 down, then bat for a couple of sessions tomorrow and almost make it impossible for Kent to win the game. But it's a long way back from here.
Groenewald bowls, pushed back down the pitch into the covers. Sam Billings finally in the action, having been next man in for the almost entirety of the Kent innings, minus that 100 stand, of course, for the first wicket between Beau Drummond and Cox. But Billings due in at 4, not with the gloves on. He's just skippering the side. Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. First involvement, trying to make an impression in the field. He makes a really good stop here, tumbling away to his right. Keen to get in the game, the skipper.
Yeah.
Back playing county cricket again. It was a decent enough stroke from Finch. Bit of width offered from Groenewald.
I expect you've read out these stats about the highest first-class total than the other side losing a wicket. Have you read those out?
Yeah.
That from some great stats there, aren't there?
Just the randomness of the various games and years gone by. Clipped away, 4 runs for Harry Finch. Aerially, it went in the gap, but it was in the air. Beau Drummond didn't really move, in truth, at mid-wicket, but again, Groenewald perhaps just guilty of over-bowling, over-trying to force a wicket here. Again, looking to make an impression, just as Jack Leaning's done. Groenewald, a new signing here at Canterbury.
Yeah, and he's been a good campaigner down his years, hasn't he, at Derbyshire and Somerset.
Yeah, certainly so. Bowling on the stumps here, forcing Finch into a defensive stroke. He had a reliable performer, isn't he? End of the over. He's bowled 4 overs, none for 20 so far. I was just explaining a moment ago when you were doing an update for BBC Radio Sussex, Adrian, that he's effectively replaced Mitch Claydon.
Yeah.
That's almost the job he's in the team to do. 43 for 2 Sussex. Clark yet to score the new man, Finch 25.
And the 2 batsmen having a natter in the middle. The new batsman we haven't mentioned is young Tom Clark, who knows Jordan Cox well. Both members of the England under-19s. It was nice to see last night as the players left the field, Tom going and saying, well batted to Jordan. And he'll be thinking to himself, well, you know, Jordan Cox can do it, why can't I do it? Why can't I bat for a long time here? He batted extremely well in the first innings. He made 64 and then gave it away. He hit one straight down mid-on throat. But prior to that, batted really well. So more of the same required. Stevens comes in and bowls, and Clark is solidly forward to a ball of good length and punches to mid-off. And there is no run. Jordan Clark 19, Darren Stevens 44, so 25 years separating these two. 3 slips, point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Is there a fine leg? It must be.
Yeah.
Down to our right hand side, Stevens is in and bowls, and Clark is forward to a ball pitching around about middle and off. Stevens gives Clark a real turned to stone look there, didn't he? He sort of glared back down at the pitch at young Tom Clark, who was very unruffled in the first innings and looked a very well organised batsman. And he will need to be all of that if Sussex are going to dig themselves out of this hole. Stevens in again and bowls, and down the leg side, and Clark looking to turn it away. I think that came off the thigh pad. It didn't go for a run because Robinson was very quickly round from behind the stumps to field. Again, there is no run. Another 36 overs left in the day after this one. So we're nicely on time for a 6 o'clock finish. In fact, Sussex bowled more than the overs they needed to yesterday, which is pretty rare in this day and age. But Stevens doesn't have a long run up and he's very quickly back to his mark. The 3 slips are down. He's in and bowls, and Clark forward to a ball of good length and just plays very correctly out into the offside, fielded by the lively Kent skipper Sam Billings, who fields at extra cover. And again, there is no run. Sussex with a win in their first match in this Bob Willis Trophy. Kent lost a very good game up at Chelmsford very narrowly. You'd think probably to qualify in this competition you've probably got to win 4 games, because it's 2 sides from 18 counties across the country that will contest the final. Stevens in and bowls wide. Oh, Clark's had a dip of that and he's caught behind, and Tom Clark is on his way, and Sussex are collapsing here. They're 43 for 3, and as well as Tom Clark played in the first innings, I'm afraid that's a poor shot. It's outside his off stump. He's looking to cut the ball away. He's nicked it through to the keeper, and Tom Clark drags himself off. Stevens has done the job. He fed him a couple of deliveries, then the wider one. Tom Clark took the bait, and Sussex are 43 for 3, and in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, Cox the man with the catch. Marvellous day for him. And Darren Stevens joining in now for Kent. And while we were saying about what an opportunity this is for some of the young Sussex batsmen, clearly a good pitch.
Yep.
A chance for them to go and get some runs. The match situation lending itself that they could be the hero for their side, and they've got the option to bat time. But I think as well, how energy sapping, how concentration sapping is it for those guys going out to bat now, having been in the field, been out in the heat, watched and chased leather. Well, a difficult one, but they find themselves now in an even more difficult spot. 43 for 3, as you say, Adrian.
Well, Ben Brown, the skipper, coming out now. He made 98 in the first innings, but for him, Sussex wouldn't have even posted 332, and he's then had to keep wicket for several hours in blistering heat, and now he's walking out, not for the first time in the last couple of seasons, with a mountain to climb. And sadly, this has been a problem for Sussex. It's a problem that they sought to address in the winter. Had we had a championship, Travis Head was coming over from Australia to bolster the batting. Stian van Zyl is still in South Africa, because of the COVID epidemic. But the Sussex batting has consistently failed over the last 2 to 3 seasons, and I'm afraid today it's going in similar vein. The skipper with it all to do yet again. Stevens in bowls and Brown is forward and plays from the crease to short extra cover, and there is no run. The end of Darren Stevens over. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 13 for Stevens, and he's wobbling the ball around, and he's just making life very difficult for these young Sussex batsmen. And a bit of a tale of the woe in a minute. 2 ducks, Salt out for a duck, Haynes for 17, Tom Clark for a duck. And well, it's a mountain to climb here for Sussex. I mean, they have to keep believing that somehow they can dig themselves out of this, but it's an awful long way back. Even the most optimistic Sussex supporters, and I'm generally pretty optimistic, but even from here you're thinking, one of these 2, or Delray Rawlings, George Garton at 7, but thereafter really you're into the tail to Carson, Crocombe, Claydon and Meeker. Now all those guys come back, but I don't know that they've got enough to really get Sussex out of the mire. One of these 2, you feel, or Delray Rawlings or Garton's got to make a really big score for Sussex.
Groeneveld continuing then, Ian and bowling to Finch, who pushes this one out towards point. Was it caught behind by the keeper, that pass?
Well, I thought it was, but then it came up with the catch for Cox. I thought he was caught behind, but I may have not seen that correctly. Perhaps
no, I think you are right, because it's come up on my scorecard that I'm looking at on my computer as caught behind by Robinson. So
I may have made a mistake. I mean, he flashed at it, didn't he?
Whichever way you want to put it, he was out. He was caught. He was out for naught. This is a Yorker length for delivery from Groeneveld.
Well,
I'll just double check who the catcher was for accuracy's sake.
Well, Sussex will from a Kent point of view, I mean, I know there is some forecast, I think actually for the next 2 or 3 days, isn't there, some pretty torrential thunderstorms right across the country. I mean, they're bound to be a bit hit and miss, but yeah, Kent might be thinking here, quite fancy wrapping this up.
Groeneveld in. Cut away,
Shot.
very nicely played. Harry Finch, square, driven off the back foot down towards third man.
Yeah.
Moves to 29, 47 for 3. It was Robinson who was caught behind.
Well, I've sort of got slightly tired of saying over the last 3 or 4 years that, you know, I've always felt that Harry Finch is a good player and he so often gets a start but doesn't go on. He got to 39 in the first innings and then he was another who really gave his wicket away. But he's in a situation now, he's got a long time to bat, another 35 overs today. Now get your head down. He's got to 29, he's got a start. Let's see if Harry Finch can capitalise on this good start for Sussex. Or his good start, not a good start for Sussex as a team.
Groeneveld bowling to him. In behind this one. Just walking down the pitch as he defends up towards mid-on. Concentration from him thus far, minus the odd play and miss outside the off stump and a little bit of a slash at a very wide delivery from Groeneveld.
Yeah.
But Ben Brown at the other end, the skipper, he'll be, well, disappointed not to have got through to 3 figures himself. Wanting to rectify that. Good straight delivery from Groeneveld, testing the front pad but driven nicely on drive up towards Bodmore by Finch. 29 for him from 44 now. 47 for 3. Sussex total. We've got 35 overs remaining in the day's play, so we're not far away from tea now.
Yeah, it's been odd really, but when we've taken tea, sometimes in these games it's been at 32 overs, but I think it probably should be at 30 because 3 sessions of 30 overs. I mean, I think what will happen here is that tea will be taken at 20 to 4. So we could well be beyond, well, we'll probably get at least another 3 or 4 overs in before then.
Groeneveld bowling. Again, going full and straight, trying to test the Sussex batsman, but equal to it on this occasion. Harry Finch, end of the over, 47 for 3 Sussex, the deficit 151 runs. Darren Stevens, 2 for 13. Harry Pommel with the other wicket, Salt for none, Haynes for 17 and Clark for none. Yeah,
and the other advantage Kent have here is, of course, I wonder if Darren Stevens might just bowl through till tea because there's a chance for 20 minutes just to hydrate and have a bit of a breather. Jack Leamy, we know, does like his golf, and he's standing at second slip, and he's standing now as if he's almost on the sort of the first tee. Look, there he is. Just sort of practising a little 3-wood or something down the 4th hole. He's had a good day, double 100 for his new county, then a catch which was quite brilliant to dismiss Phil Salt. Who's that warming up? Is that O'Riordan who's warming up at third slip?
Actually.
So we might be going to get some spin before tea. But in the meantime, I think they're going to struggle to get the ball out of Stevens' hands here. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 13. He's coming into bowl to the Sussex skipper Ben Brown. He's in and Brown is forward and plays this to backward point, and there is no run. And I really have lost count, I think. I mean this sincerely, the amount of times that Ben Brown has come in a crisis for Sussex in the last 2 years. He's batting up the order in this competition. He usually in the Championship bats 6, but coming in 5 here, with a mountain to climb for his county as Stevens is in and bowls, and Brown places quietly onto the onside. They're going to take a quick single. Finch will need to get a move on the throw comes in, but Finch was safely home. He was a little bit slow out of his blocks then, Harry Finch. There was always a single there. Bell Drummond had to go a long way to his right from mid-wicket to field, and Finch eventually got through for the single. But one thing is for certain, that Ben Brown won't give this up. He's just that sort of a cricketer. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. 48 for 3 are Sussex. As in comes Stevens, running in from the Naggington Road end and bowls to Finch, who drives nicely down the ground and well fielded by Groeneveld, who was very quickly round at mid-off and prevented a boundary. Nice looking shot from Finch. He's on 29. Sussex 48 for 3, so trailing by 150. After Kent had to declare, it's the rules of the competition, having batted for 120 overs for their 530 for 1. In comes Stevens, bowls, and forward comes Finch, half forward. That was interesting. I just noticed Darren Stevens there. He just sort of stood and his hand sort of cupped on his chin. That's a bit of kidology there, and
he's good at that.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind betting now there'll be one slanted across the right hander. We'll see. But he's on his way again. The 3 slips go down. He's in over the wicket, bowls, and it was wide of the off stump, and Finch hit that beautifully. That was a nice shot by Harry Finch. Wide of the off stump, short as well, and Finch said thanks very much and hammered the ball through the offside, through cover point for 4 runs. Nice shot by Finch. Made 39 in the first innings and has started off nicely here as well.
50 up?
Yeah, 52 for 3. Finch to 33. Stevens waits at the far end of the ground, hands on hips, just waiting for the fielder who retrieved the ball from the boundary. And Stevens is back to his mark. Finch surveys the field, then settles down over his bat and pats away at the crease, waiting as Stevens comes in and bowls, and Finch is back and plays firmly down to mid-on. Stevens gives him a glare. Finch isn't too bothered about that, wanders down to some gardening. It's the end of another Stevens over, 8 overs, 3 maidens. 2 for 18 for Darren Stevens. We've had an email in from Winston, up in Girvan in Scotland. He says, good afternoon, Adrian and co. After this morning's record-breaking stand, I've been wondering how often it's happened that 2 double centurions have been together at the crease when they've reached their landmarks, and was surprised to discover that it's not quite as rare as I thought. In fact, of the highest first-class partnerships, quite a few have now involved a double and triple centurion, most recently by Michael Carberry, 300, and Neil Mackenzie, 237 at Southampton in 2011. Also, maybe I missed it in the list of highest totals for 1 wicket down, but I think you may have missed England's 517 for 1 in the first Ashes test at the Gabba in 2011. Wow, who got all of those? As for this game, sadly, I feel we've dug ourselves too big a hole to get out of today, so only stats for comfort. Thanks as always for the commentary, Winston. Thank you for that.
What year was that again?
Winston said 507 for 1 in the first Ashes test at the Gabba in 2011. So, I'm presuming Cook. I might be wrong.
Cook and Strauss? Let me have a look.
Or Cook and Root? No, it wouldn't be Root. That's too early. Yeah, Cook and Strauss is probably a good call, actually.
Yeah, Cook 235, not out. Could shout this. I think those were mostly just first-class games rather than test games on that list. But this is a great shout. Second innings as well.
We're going to get some spin, Ben.
Marcus O'Riordan from the pavilion end, in and bowling before tea.
Oh, well fielded.
Cut away and excellently fielded.
Wow.
Good cricket all round.
Yeah, for a big man, Ivan Thomas was down goalkeeper style to that. That was terrific fielding, because that was 4 runs right out the meat of Ben Brown's bat as well.
So, point just being sent back actually by Sam Billings. He's just dropped a little bit deeper at mid-on, seeing Brown show some intent. O'Riordan, the off-spinner, in and bowling. Just turns a smidge up the hill, not too much, but yeah, so Strauss, stump had him bowled north, 110. Cook 235 not out, Trott 135 not out.
Wow.
That didn't happen at the Gabba too often.
No.
Crikey. 52 for 3 here, Sussex. This one's turned away out towards backward of square. No run on that occasion. Just while we're thinking milestones, and we've been talking about them all day, if you yourself or someone from your club or your grandson got 100 or a fiver at the weekend and you want to give us a shout out as this one's defended into the onside, if you want to let us know, we'll give them a little shout out.
Yeah,
quite a nice thing to do, to look back over the weekend and club cricket going on. It was a scorcher as well.
You were playing, Ben, yeah?
Yeah, crikey. It was not pleasant to, as this one is defended softly after O'Riordan's delivery. Not a pleasant day to be on the side where your skipper loses the toss and you sent out to field in the heat that there was on Saturday. But there we go.
Did you win?
No. Here comes O'Riordan in and bowling. Forward comes Brown and defends. end of the over. A maiden over to start with from O'Riordan, 52 for 3 Sussex. I think when I was on with Don Topley last week in the Essex game against Kent, with a young 15-year-old who just got his first century in an adult game. I think his
well done.
grandfather got in touch with us. So yeah, stuff like that, if you want us to just give it a little shout out, it's quite a nice thing. KentCricket@gmail.com or at BBC Kent Sport, or for Sussex listeners.
Yeah, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. Nice call that is, Ben.
Might have an update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment, but not getting feed as yet.
Do you want to commentate just in case it comes through?
Stevens to continue from the Nackington Road end. He's in and bowling, and all pushed away by Harry Finch, a little bit uppishly through the gully.
It was.
The ball goes away for 4 runs.
Yeah, it was in the air. I mean, it was, you know, a 4 is a 4, but I think it was in the air. And it was a full shot, really. Nevertheless, he goes to 37. Kent 56 for 3.
Update on the way then in a moment's time. Stevens is in. Oh, this is another beauty. Darren Stevens beats the outside edge of Harry Finch's bat, who, I must admit, and amongst some rip-roaring strokes that we've seen from him, he's managed to excellently play inside the line of the ball on a couple of occasions.
Yeah.
Here comes that update for BBC Radio Kent. Sussex are 56 for 3. Darren Stevens, not one to be left out of the limelight for too long, has come in and got 2 key wickets for Kent as they look to try and collect 7 more to win the game. He removes Haynes LBW for 17, and Clark caught behind by Robinson without scoring. Podmore earlier on as well, getting rid of Salt without scoring. So Kent having put on 530 for 1 and a first innings lead of 198 runs thanks to that new best partnership score by any Kent pairing. 423 for Cox and Leaning. Jordan Cox, 19 years of age, 238 for him, 220 for Jack Leaning. Kent 530 for 1. Now looking to try and get the wickets to try and secure this game. Sussex in reply, 56 for 3 as commentary continues online, and Kate Kinsella has the weather. Hot and humid, she says. It is warm and sunny out there for the fielders and the batsmen.
You wouldn't be surprised if Stephen gets another one here. He's just probing away.
He's in and bowling.
Oh,
again beating Finch outside the off stump.
Well, he's perilously close, isn't he, there? Yeah, he's just bowling that perfect length. That's twice in this over. He's beaten Harry Finch outside the off stump. Finch needs to he just needs to put this behind him, doesn't he? You know, he's still there. That's the important thing for Sussex.
Tom Grinstead in touch says Robin Dooley scored a double 100 for Addington Village at the weekend with 14 sixes in there. That's an impressive effort. This one's not far away from the off stump, but a good leave outside the off stump by Harry Finch, who has 37. Brown has 1. Sussex 56 for 3. Yeah, that's the sort of thing we want. Thanks, Tom.
Wow, 14 sixes.
Shout out to Robin Dooley for a double 100 playing for Addington at the weekend. Do get in touch with us on Twitter, on email. Have you got any more notable performances? How's it working at your club then, Ben? Do you sort of change outside the clubhouse, or how does it work? Yeah, you kind of rock up in your cars and being told to change before turning up if that's the way you prefer to do it. But as O'Riordan is in and bowling, back goes Brown and playing this back one up the pitch. Yeah, the two kind of either side of the pavilion, there's a cluster of bags and kit and people changing and everything being done outside apart from using the loos, etc. This one just turns slightly but cut away nicely down the slope by Brown. There's a sweeper on that offside boundary for a single. And then, like we have out here every 6 overs, you have the hand sanitizer break. There's a pot of hand gel behind each set of stumps, which was useful for the weekend, and lots of breaks to rehydrate as well. Reading continuing, just a second over for the off spinner, pushed away out towards Kadri at cover. I thought that did turn a little bit actually, just slowly, a little bit. Yeah, it did. Yep. He's trying to turn it up the slope as well, so doesn't have that to help him. Here O'Riordan defended 2 short leg. Jordan Cox, who has been out batting for what will feel like an entirety, or an eternity rather, he's now back under the helmet again. He's in at short leg. A Reardon bowling. Back goes Finch, plays defensively.
Well, we're going to get another over after this, so after this there'll be 31 overs left in the day, and I think we'll certainly get one more before tea, which will leave 30 to be bowled in the post-tea session.
Reardon bowls, driven away off the back foot very nicely by Harry Finch. This is going to take some stopping for Ivan Thomas, who is scampering around the boundary.
Well fielded.
Does do well to rein it in and keep it to just 2 for Harry Finch. So excellent work from Ivan Thomas in the deep, who hasn't had a bowl yet. He'll be waiting to have his go, having got 4 wickets in the second innings against Essex last time around. Sussex 59 for 3, and just an email in from George on kentcricket@gmail.com, listening in from the Isle of Wight. Says, hi chaps, any other reason than rotation as to why Matt Milnes isn't playing in this one? And the answer in short would be no. Rotation. He was out bowling at lunch along with a number of other seam bowlers from both sides who were out there practicing. Kent said at the outset of this competition that their seamers were probably only going to play 3 of the 5 games, so not surprising. Podmore didn't play in the first one, Milnes not playing in this one.
In comes Darren Stevens, or the last over before tea, bowls to Ben Brown. He said, oh, the paddy's given out, the Sussex skipper is on his way. Ben Brown is crestfallen, he could barely turn to look at the umpire, but Stevens has got a wicket in the over before tea. And Ben Brown so often the glue. I mean, he just cannot do it every time on his own, Ben Brown. He made 98 in the first innings. But Darren Stevens has picked up his 3rd wicket in the last over before tea. And, well, Sussex are in a dreadful mess. 59 for 4. The skipper wanders off. And what a session that is for Kent. Coming in after lunch, they themselves in a situation where they declared on 530 for 1 at the end of 120 overs. But since then, they've torn heart out of this Sussex batting. Darren Stevens picking up 3 of the wickets to go down. And Sussex innings in really total disarray. It all started Phil Salt in the first over, called a slips for a duck. Tom Haynes following, he made 17. Tom Clark made a duck. And the skipper Ben Brown, LBW, on the stroke of tea, 4-2. So, I think Kent here, Ben, there's another 30 and a bit overs to be bowled after tea, and, well, they'll have half an eye, thinking they might finish this off today. It's going to need someone from Sussex to really stand up and be counted, but it's not been a great day for Sussex, and for all of that, you have to say well played to Kent, because they've completely dominated this game from start to finish.
Yeah, I must admit that was my first thought when Leaning took that really good catch off Podmore. How many times have you seen that? A team toil in the field and then just get skittled for a low score due to fatigue and the concentration and just the momentum of the game just being completely against them. And they did, for a brief period, manage to just get themselves in, try and even the balance for a moment, and just as we were thinking maybe they might have the capability to go on and collect the draw, Darren Stevens swaps ends, takes 3 wickets, and here we are at tea with Kent leading by 139 and needing 6 more wickets to win the game. We're going to be back in around about 20 minutes time, so do join us again, I reckon just before 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Dave's.
It's been time certainly for Welcome back, about to get underway for the final session on day 3 in between Kent and Sussex, with visitors 59 for 4 resuming their second innings after Kent posted 530 for 1 in their first innings, 238 in the end for Jordan Cox, the 19-year-old, 220 for Jack Leaning, sharing in a club record stand of 423 runs after their 120 overs as allotted in this Bob Willis Trophy. In reply, Leaning with a screamer of a catch, a second slip high above his head off Podmore. Salt out for 0 for 1 Sussex. Just looked as if Finch and Haynes might have been steadying the ship. Only for Stevens to get Haynes LBW for 17, Clark caught behind for 0, and then Brown, the skipper, LBW for 2. So 3 Stevens wickets before the break, ensuring Kent in charge of this game. The deficit 139 runs and just a ball shy of 31 overs remaining in the day's play. Myself, Ben Watts, Adrian Harms and David Fulton will guide you through the action until the close. As Darren Stevens from the Nackington Road end continues the over. He was bowling before the break. Oh, there's hit on the pad. There's a big shout for LBW, just slightly high perhaps. Back thigh pad was that for Delroy Roylands. But Stevens already immediately testing these batsmen, and Stevens looking in the mood. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment. After that we'll get David Fulton back in the seat. Talk about his old pal. He's got ball in hand at the moment. Stevens bowls and Rawlings defends. This one up towards mid-off. Thank you very much, studio. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent in a moment. Stevens in again. This one turned away into the leg side. No run. Three slips in play for Stevens. Point cover mid on mid off. Quite a tight mid wicket. Long leg as well. Stevens at the top of his mark again. Wicket at the start of this over before tea. He's bowled 3 dot balls since. Here he comes. Down the slope from the Nackington Road end, in and bowling to Rawlings, who clips this away, down towards long leg. And away, all the way for 6. Quite a way to get off the mark from Delroy Rawlings. Perhaps has decided he's not just going to sit around and die without trying. From Sussex's standpoint in this game. That was a delightful whip off his legs. Lofted away for 6. The fielder down there. Just obscured from our view in the commentary box, admittedly. An update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Sussex 65 for 4. We've just resumed after the tea break. Darren Stevens with 3 wickets prior to that. 1 for Harry Podmore as well. Those are the 4 Sussex wickets to 4. Kent looking for 6 more to see if they can, perhaps, maybe even today, win this game. And Kent's position dominant in the game thanks to the earlier club record stand, 423 put on by Jordan Cox, who made 238. Jack Leaning, who made 220. Those 2 guys putting Kent in a commanding position. That lead now has since been cut to 131 runs. Commentary continues online with Sussex 67 for 4 here against Kent at Canterbury. Now with the weather, John Hammond. So end of the over here. Adrian Harms just doing an update for BBC Radio Sussex, but then you'll hear from him. Meanwhile, I'm going to duck out and we're just going to have a swap of headphones, and David Fulton will be the next voice you hear.
Thanks to Ben. Hello to everyone. Harry Podmore, change of ends for him. Down the leg side. Tucked away by Harry Finch. Going to go for 4 actually. Through square leg. Up the hill towards the hospital. And a counter-attacking start by Sussex. Extraordinary shot from Rawlings. In the last over, you don't hit Darren Stevens for 6 and get away with it too often. So Stevens will no doubt have his say. But just a little loosener from Podmore on the hip of Finch. A reminder that Harry Finch needs a score. Missed out last week against Hampshire, but he's played nicely here. As Podmore comes in again, past umpire Nigel Long, back outside, back over length, outside off stump. Punched to extra cover with Sam Billings looking sprightly against skipper, and why not? Despite having his pads on for the best part of a day in a session. You're pretty pleased with the efforts of Jordan Cox and his new signing Jack Leaning. Lead is still 127 on the deficit from a Sussex perspective. 71 for 4. Finch is 43. Rawlings is 8 as Podmore's in again. Pass to the right-handed Finch, who defends. Ball that stayed down a fraction, and Billings fields again at extra cover. So a little bit of spin from Marcus O'Riordan before the tea break. Nothing particularly untoward. So opportunity for this Sussex middle order to repair the damage, but Kent very much in the box seat. Their tails up, and Podmore, who was excellent in his first spell, removing Friel Salt, is in again from the pavilion end, bowling to Finch. It's 4, and Finch drives, hits it well. Good stop by Ivan Thomas, sprawling away to his left at mid-off, prevents a single. So good opportunity for Darrow Rawlings, who attacking player. We just saw that extraordinary flick over square leg. Way to announce yourself in the middle. He's got that in his locker as Podmore's in again to Finch. Good delivery, bouncing, but Finch leaving well alone. The ball that was quite tight to the off stump. Good leave. But, he will look to counter-attack, I would imagine.
I'm sure he will. I mean, he made a very good 100 last year in a losing cause up at Old Trafford. So he can score very quickly, and I mean Sussex, you have to cling to any straw you can here for Sussex, but if Rawlings can score quickly and Sussex can somehow get themselves in the lead, but it's a long way back from here with those 4 wickets before the interval.
Podmore's again passed on by Nigel Long, and Finch defends. He's run, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, kind of angled through the gully. He'll pick up a couple as it goes down to third man. And the slips in the backward point chase it down. He moves on to 45, 73 for 4.
Not surprisingly, Sussex supporters not happy on social media and emails that are coming in at the minute. Adam in Norwich, Sussex fan in Norwich, says, what a shame we don't have anyone like Luke Wright or Laurie Evans at the club. Oh, hang on a minute, he says. Well, I think as Luke Wright has said, he's only a white ball cricketer now, so that's not really an option. As for Laurie Evans, well, he's playing for Surrey this week. But again, I think, Jason Gillespie spoke about this last week at length in the interviews online, where he said that some of the senior players hadn't performed, and so he was looking elsewhere. In comes Stevens, bowls to Rawlings, who hammers that through extra cover for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Delray Rawlings. This is not unlike the situation at Old Trafford when he made his 100 last year, in that Sussex were backs to the wall, and I'm not saying he can play with the freedom now, but 2 expansive shots, that lovely flick over square leg for 6, and then that was drilled through extra cover for 4. He goes to 12 of 6 deliveries. Sussex 77 for 4. Yeah,
2 fine cricket shots. It was a half volley from Darren Stevens, but he properly climbed into it. He also managed to pierce a gap between advertising hoardings of about 1.5 feet. So it didn't bounce back towards Harry Podmore, who's bowling from this end. He had to go a further 20-30 metres to collect it.
Stevens again. 3 slips go down. He's in on bowls, and Rawlings is driving again. Suminov doesn't quite time that. and fielded by Podmore, and there is no run. Yeah, it's more like a club game or a village game at the minute in terms of retrieving the ball, isn't it? The fielders having to sort of disappear into the far end, where normally there'd be spectators or stewards who can stop the ball. But the fielders are having to do it all themselves. Stevens back to his mark. 3 slips, a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. He turns at the Naggington Road end, figures of 3 for 34. He's on his way and bowls, and Rawlings is driving again down the ground. Pleasant looking shot. Stevens gave him the stare, and there is no run. I mean, I know it's an awful long way back from Sussex from here, but you have to believe you can do it, don't you, David? You have to believe that you can bat through a session.
Yeah, you do, but also you don't really need to worry about it too much, the situation of the game. You just know you've got to go and bat, just go and see every ball, play it on its merits, and just keep going.
Stevens in again and bowls, and Rawlings is solidly forward, plays back down the track.
I think sometimes players take a bit too much notice of the scoreboard, and we're still 150 behind, or what are they, 120 behind.
Yep.
It's just a case of, almost treat it like the first innings of a match. You're just trying to go and build a total. Work with your partner at the other end, get an understanding, stay in the moment, as it were, play the game, and can we get a single there? Can we just keep ticking these runs off and build a partnership?
Interesting field change. Bell Drummond has gone to deep mid-wicket, as in comes Stevens, bowls, and Rawlings lets that one go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. You're never quite sure what's in Darren Stevens' mind. He's clearly got a plan, bowling here to Delray Rawlings.
Yeah, I would have said long ago when we first signed him that I'm not sure Darren Stevens would have always known what was in Darren Stevens' mind, but he's certainly become a canny operator with ball in hand. But what he will do is he's not afraid to go for runs. He doesn't go for many as a rule, but he likes to throw that ball up, tease a batsman.
In again bowls, and Rawlings is forward and eases that comfortably enough through mid-wicket, and it means that Groenvold at mid-on has to run to mid-wicket to field. So, end of Darren Stevens over his 11th over. Impressive figures: 11 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 35, and Sussex 78 for 4. It means they trail by 120. Salt for a duck, Haynes for 17, Clark for a duck, and Brown for 2 of the players back in the pavilion. Harry Finch, though, is needing a big innings, and he's 45 not out to add to the 39 he made in his first innings. And Delray Rawlings already with a little cameo. He's on 13 of just 11 balls, including a 6 and a 4.
Yeah, also just looking down the Sussex order of what's to come, I think, Adrian, you mentioned there's a bit of a tail, isn't there, with George Garton as high as 7. It's Jack Carson as well. I mean, these guys can bat, but you asking them to bat for a day and a bit is a tall order. As Podmore's in, he bowls to Rawlings outside off stump. Lets it go through to wicket-keeper Robinson. Again, a good opportunity, but you'd think their career records would suggest this might be a task a bit beyond them, but you never know.
No, you don't. And I guess in many ways, the fact that we have this 120 over limit almost it favoured Sussex more than Kent, because I'm sure Kent would in normal terms have batted through to tea and just batted Sussex completely out of the game. So it did leave the door very slightly ajar for Sussex.
More balls to Rawlings. That one nips back. Well, he went over the top of off stump, but it's still a decent pitch, and it's carrying through. Bounced a good 6-8 inches over the top of off stump, but did nip back. I think we're seeing here that if you put enough balls in the right area, if you thump a good line and length often enough, there's just a bit in it, and that would be my criticism from afar at the Sussex bowlers, that when Cox and Leaning got on that roll, there was too many balls bowled one after another in the same spot. It was a bit liquorish all sorts. But, Podmore and Stevens hammering away on a line and length. 3 slips in, left-handed Rawlings on strike, shortish delivery. He pulls, didn't get much of it. He wasn't quite the length to pull, but Rawlings looks aggressive in his intent. That one off the splice, and Ivan Thomas fielded it wide mid-on. Just a little word from Harry Finch, just coming down to punch gloves and remind his partner that they've got a long time to bat here.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking that, it looks like he's on the attack, doesn't he, Delray Rawlings, and Sam Billings may not be too unhappy about that.
No, correct. Brings all kinds of modes of dismissal into play, but that is his style, Rawlings, as Podmore's into him again, swinging, and a big... It was full and swinging. He essayed the straight drive and he succeeded in inside edging it past his leg stump in classic Sussex fashion. That's the Sussex cut, Adrian, isn't it?
Oh dear.
You guys made that your own. Michael Yardy used to play that a lot. I remember getting quite irate at him on a couple of occasions as he inside edged another one past his leg stump. I wouldn't call it a trademark because he had lots of other good shots, but infuriating for the fielding side.
Delray's either going to get a very big, quick score here, or he's going to get out. That's the feeling you have at the moment. He certainly doesn't feel like he's going to hang around for too long.
Paul Moore is in again to Rawlings, who this time is beaten by a ball that comes back down the hill once again, goes between bat and thigh, and Robinson dives down the leg side. The ball swinging as it went past him, and Finch offering some more advice. Podmore's just harrying away. He's content to just hit a good area and let Rawlings make a mistake, and it looks like he might have a mistake in him, but he's a dangerous player. It's exciting to watch. There's nothing dull about Delray Rawlings. Podmore's into him now, back of the length. This one hits him in the midriff, drops down, and there's no run. 82 for 4. Finch is 45. Rawlings with those boundaries is 17 off 17 deliveries. Another good over from Podmore.
Yeah, absolutely. He picked up a contract in the 100 Delray Rawlings. Had it been played this summer, one of many things that's been cancelled. Whether he'll get another chance, who knows? But he is a dangerous one-day player, particularly in the T20 format, where he will certainly figure for Sussex. Very fine fielder, but different skills required here. An email in from Neil Hartley, who says, I appreciate being able to watch the match coverage online, but someone controlling the Kent stream seems to have itchy fingers. The scorecard or details of the partnership keep appearing on the screen just as the bowlers running in. As in comes Stevens and bowls, and Finch drives nicely down the ground. Lovely shot by Harry Finch. That's probably the best shot that he's played. It was overpitched by Stevens and driven straight through mid-on for 4 runs. You would know far better than me, David, but some people say that that on drive for the right-hander is the most difficult shot for a right-hander to play.
I think it's one of the most satisfying, than looking at a quick bowler, and I think when you do get it going, you feel like you're in good touch, because it means your balance is up, your head's not falling away to the offside.
He's moved on to 49, Finch, as in comes Stevens, and he's wrapped on the pad, he's looking to turn that one down to fine leg for his 50th run. I think he got hit not on the pad. I think he hit his leg there, Harry Finch. He's just giving a bit of a rub. There is no run. So he says the scorecard obscures the screen. It's possible it may be automated, but either way it's not ideal. Having said that, the Sussex batting probably does need censoring for sensitive viewers. Thank you, Neil. I will mention that to the Kent people. I know they're working very hard here on the live stream, as in comes Stevens again and bowls, and Finch drives beautifully through the offside. Very fine piece of fielding by Groenvold, but Harry Finch goes through to a half century, and Jason Gillespie stands on the balcony and applauds, and Harry Finch waves his bat in the direction of the pavilion. So well done, Harry Finch. I was saying to you earlier on, David, that I felt he really needed a score, so he would have felt under a bit of pressure going into this innings. But in the main, I think he's played very well.
He's played very nicely, but what he must do now is not pat himself on the back for 50, because 50s in this situation don't save games. 150s might.
Yeah.
And I stress might, but he's got a bit of work to do yet, but a good start, 50 off 68.
Stevens in, bowls to Rawlings, who playing slightly across the line. Rawlings, he dabs it into the onside. They've taken one, they're coming back for 2. They'll need to be quick, and they are quick. Rawlings is very quick between the wickets. And he goes to 19, I think that is, and Sussex to 89 for 4. Stevens, he seems on a bowling burst, but I think probably Billings would have had a bit of a problem getting the ball out of his hand straight after tea, having picked up those 3 wickets.
Yeah, I mean, he's 44, Darren. It is a hot day, but he can bowl long spells. I mean, he doesn't charge in, and he did have that tea break just to refresh, so I expect him to keep going for a bit yet.
Stevens again bowls, and Rawlings is bowled. I have to say I'm not surprised. I either thought Rawlings was going to get a big score very quickly, or he was going to get out, and I'm afraid, sadly for Sussex, he's done the latter. Stevens picks up another wicket. Rawlings playing all down the wrong line. He's bowled. for 19.
Sometimes, though, you've got to say, well bowled. And that, from where I'm looking, which is pretty much right behind the batsman here, was an absolute beauty. Just clipped the top of the off stump. And how many times we say, bowlers try to hit the ball off stump, one did. It just looked like it's on that bit and nips a bit further and just clipped the top of the off stump. It's a little bit loose with his defensive stroke, maybe pushing at the ball a little bit too hard. But he did hit Stevens for a 6, and I warned at the time that not too many people nonchalantly flick Darren Stevens away over square leg like that. You just got to wait for the riposte, young man, and there it was. Absolute beauty. And Rawlings has gone, 19, at a run of ball, and Stevens has a 4 And all those people that say Darren Stevens only takes wickets on, on those April, May green seamers. Well, let me tell you, Kent made 530 for 1, double hundreds for Jordan Cox and Jack Leaning, and it is anything but a green seamer. It's a good batting pitch, as Kent have already proved in this game, as Sussex proved in the first innings, but they are 89 for 5 in their second innings. Darren Stevens has figures of 11.5 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 42, and that last one was the pick of the bunch, clipping the top of Delroy Rawlings' off stump.
So, I would say now, with due respect to Jack Carson, Henry Crocombe, Stuart Meeker and Mitch Claydon, that this will be the last recognised Sussex batsman, who is George Garton, who comes to the crease. A tweet from Hugh Johnson who says, "The Kent kids stood up and broke records. Sussex kids need to prove they're worthy of a contract, and county cricket can still operate with 2 divisions. At the minute we look horribly inferior and need to add Wells and Evans to fragile batting. Lost 3 talented bowlers to England and injury, but poor team depth." So it's inevitable when you're getting a bit of a drumming, but people are good winning against Hampshire last week, but other end of the scale this week as Stevens is in again, bowled to Garton, who's solidly fought the ball a good length, plays to the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, my only comment to that would be, you can't add them to the batting. You can't play with 13, so actually you've got to replace a couple of others, and I know what he's getting at, and Luke Wells is that kind of doughty player that in this situation you think would be ideal, but as someone that has had to select sides before, let me tell you that they wouldn't have left him out without giving him due consideration.
Yes.
And you can't pick them all, and there will be reason for it. And the only other thing I'd say about this Bob Willis trophy is that it is the opportunity to look at players and to make decisions on players. They might, Jason Gillespie and co might have thought, well, we know what we're going to get from Luke Wells. Let's find out what Tom Haynes is made of. Let's have a look at Tom Clark, because this isn't the county championship, with all due respect to Bob Willis trophy and all due deference and respect to the great man himself, Bob Willis. This is an experimental trophy to some degree. As Podmore is in again, bowling to Finch, who's the mainstay of this batting, and a bit more weight on those shoulders now, broad shoulders. He's 50 off 69 deliveries. Podmore, excellent, playing a useful partnership role in tandem with Darren Stevens, who's got 4 for 42.
Yeah. He bowled well in the first innings. He was on a good line of length, and interesting that Sam Billings has bowled him here from either end, as indeed he has with Stevens as well. I don't know whether he has a favourite end.
Well, he's skillful enough to operate from both, it would appear. Podmore full. Finch on the forward defensive, just defends to Sam Billings, who flicks up with 1 foot and catches. Decent footballer in his day, Sam Billings.
Was he?
He's a Man United fan, so we won't talk about that. But I think he was on Tottenham's.
Right.
They had academies back then, but he was a young Tottenham player, I think.
I think Man United are playing tonight, aren't they? Perhaps he's eyeing up an early finish, perhaps, as Podmore is into Finch, who gets one on his hip, just turns it into the leg side where Daniel Bell-Drummond fields, and there's no run. Interesting with Harry Finch, isn't it? I mean, I'm not saying the game is up, because it's never up until it's up, and who knows, Sussex get through to the close and it might pour with rain tomorrow. No one knows what's going to happen. But for Finch, despite what's going on around him, he must think this is an opportunity now. I need to bat and secure my spot for the next game, and then try to make runs there as well.
That's all he can do. He can just play his game. He can't bat for the people up the other end. He can protect them a little bit, perhaps, but he's on strike now against Podmore, and he has a swish at that one. He's done that a couple of times. A little bit of width, and he's thrown the kitchen sink at it in a situation where you're 109 behind, 89 for 5. I think he'd be well advised just to shoulder arms at those, but like a lot of batsmen, he wants to score, he wants to feel bat on ball.
Yeah. It would have looked ugly if he'd have gone out to a
or
shot like that.
If he'd have nicked that. And that's the thing. I mean, it shouldn't matter. Ultimately, it's how many runs you get, but sometimes the manner of your dismissal can count against you as well. That was wayward. Podmore in again, straight, full, and that is much better from Finch. An immaculate textbook forward defensive, and the ball rolls out to Ivan Thomas at mid-off.
Yeah, and I think he'd be mindful that he rather gave it away in the first innings, Harry Finch, when he was caught behind, I think, off O'Riordan, having had a big heave at one, looking to hit the ball straight down the ground. He missed it, then the very next ball he did exactly the same and got caught behind.
Yeah, just needs a little bit of patience here, Finch. He's played very nicely. He's 50 off 73. Podmore's into him. It's full and he's driving. Picks out Billings at extra cover. Didn't time it. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. 89 for 5. A maiden from Podmore. Just that one big swing and a miss from Finch. Other than that, he negotiated it pretty well.
We sat here this time yesterday afternoon, David, and we had an email from Sean Sullivan. I was looking at his email here. He was talking about Jimmy Anderson, and there seemed to be various rumours circulating that maybe he was about to call it a day internationally, but he's certainly refuted those claims this morning, and looks like he's, still feels there's a few more wickets in the tank.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear. He's earned the right to go out on his terms, much as this man has.
Darren Stevens comes in and bowls to Garton, who plays forward defensive, head right over the ball to mid-on, and there is no run. Garton yet to score. Finch on 50, 89 for 5.
I think the thing for me that I look for with the likes of Jimmy Anderson is he still getting the ball to move, and what pace is he bowling? If he was bowling 78 miles an hour, you might say he's not quite there, but he was bowling mid to upper 80s.
Stevens in bowls. Oh, Garton is beaten outside the off stump. That was a poor shot by George Garton. He was playing away from his body, and very lucky not to get a little tickle on that through to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. Now George Garton can bat. He made 50 against Hampshire, and he must see this as an opportunity as well. Batting at number 7, Jason Gillespie sees him as an all-rounder. He's to prove that he can do it as well. In comes Stevens bowls and nudges that one wide of third slip to backward point. They've taken one. They're going to come back for 2 as Cadbury gets in the throw. So George Garton is on his way. 91 for 5. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, with David Fulton, the ex-Kent captain. Delighted to have David's company for the last couple of days. As Stevens turns again and comes running in towards us. This angled approach to the wicket, he bowls, and Garton again is solidly forward, plays it to Bell Drummond, who's quickly in from mid-wicket to field, and there is no run.
Stevens in pursuit of his 27th 5-wicket haul, which is amazing when you think he came to Kent in 2005 with 6 first-class wickets from 89 games. An average of 68.
Wow, that's incredible, isn't it?
And just shows you what happens sometimes when you make a move and you get an opportunity.
Stevens in again, bowls, and Garton up on his toes, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. So who was responsible for that inspired signing, David?
Well, I'm not going to take all the credit, but I remember having a meeting with him, and he just was keen to come. He was been released by Leicester, and he felt he had a lot more to offer, and he convinced me and 1 or 2 others. The difficult bit was then convincing the Kent committee that the man who averaged 28 with the bat and 68 with the ball was the answer to our Mark Elam absence. So
Garton plays down the track there on the end of the over, 91 for 5. But you managed to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just lost Alex Loudon to Warwickshire at the time, and we needed someone in our top order that could bowl. And we, on paper, it didn't look like he had much of a record, but don't forget he had Darren Maddy and Vince Wells and all these really promising and established all-rounders at Leicester, so we didn't get much of a go. We faced him here on a pitch not dissimilar to this last afternoon, myself and Rob Key, dead game, boring draw, and he took the new ball for Leicester, and we thought, God, actually this guy can bowl, and it was not long after that he became available, so we signed him, and the rest is history. But what a servant he's been.
Here comes Podmore over the wicket, bowls to Finch down the leg side. I think he's on his way. I thought he'd been strangled down the leg side. The slip cordon was up. I think Harry Podmore wasn't convinced.
No, it's the second time there's been a big shout against Harry Finch down the leg side. It's a horrible way to get out. No worse way, really. Maybe run out backing up is about the only worst way of getting out.
I think we'll have a quick change. I think Ben's going to come and take your mic, but then you're going to come in here, David. And I'll have a breather. I'll do my I'll keep commentating while you change over microphones. As in comes Podmore to bowl to Finch. Is in and bowls, and Finch played slightly across the line. He was looking to steer that one out in the offside, but was rather straightened up and fielded at mid-on by Darren Stevens. There is no run. 91 for 5. Ben's just sorting out his mic, so I think he's virtually there.
Yeah, all good.
He is there. Right, I shall disconnect.
Cheers, Adrian. Adrian Harms here for BBC Radio Sussex. Ben Watts here of BBC Radio Kent. Former Kent captain David Fulton here with us as well. Sussex 91 for 5 as Podmore with 3 slips in and bowling again from the pavilion end, and an attempted back foot drive by Finch, who's got 50 very well made runs out there from 77 balls, but he's played and missed a few times outside the off stump. The main thing has been whenever he has played and missed, he's been good enough not to nick it, if that makes sense. He's doing a good job for his team at the moment. Just really needs some support, and that's been the problem for Sussex. The fact that nobody's been able to stay there with him, and Darren Stevens has continued to eat into the Sussex batting lineup. Podmore bowls, lovely shot off the back foot, crisp strike, good footwork and balance of the crease, and Finch punches this away down the slope and away for a boundary.
Yeah, it's been a feature of his batting, Harry Finch. He's had a few wafts off the front foot, but when it's back of a length, he punches through the covers and gets through with some aplomb there. Moves on to 54, 95 for 5.
So he's on to 54, 95 for 5, as David points out, so the deficit 103. 23 more overs after this one to be played in the day 2. Update on the way, as this one is a beauty again from Podmore. Sussex 95 for 5 here at Canterbury. Wickets in the second innings, mostly for that man Darren Stevens, 44 years young and still skittling out batsmen from opposition counties for fun. He's been joined by Podmore, who took the opening wicket of Salt when the score was 0 for 1. Sussex recovering thanks to 54 from Harry Finch. But the main batting contributions of the day from 2 Kent men. Jordan Cox, 238 not out. Jack Leaning, 220 not out. 2 double centurions for Kent. 423 the partnership they put on in Kent's innings of 530 for 1. The difference between the two teams at the moment is 103 runs. Kent looking for 5 more wickets today, and if possible, and if needed, tomorrow to win the match. Commentary continues online. John Hammond has the weather. Staying warm into the evening, he says, and perfect weather for cricket at the moment, David.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Long may it continue. Darren Stevens is to continue. 44 years of age. He has analysis of 4 for 44 at the moment. Lots of 44s. And perhaps that's a good omen. He's going to come into George Garton, who's just got a couple to his name. Bowls now, just comes back into him up the slope, and he punches to mid-off. There is no run.
Yeah, of course, no spectators in the ground. There's certainly one gentleman away to our left, watching on from Freeman House in the retirement apartments to our left. But certainly, in terms of the atmosphere, the Kent players out there having to generate the encouragement for themselves. Lots of chatter going on out there. They're in buoyant mood at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are. As Stevens bowls again to Garton, who drives. Decent shot wide of mid-off. He fields well, and there's a shy at the stumps. Daniel Bell-Drummond backed it up, but it's got past him, so they get back for 2. It was an overthrow. It was a good bit of work from mid-off. Bell-Drummond slightly annoyed with himself that he couldn't gather it.
I think he was almost shocked at how close it was to the stumps. He was almost thinking about the possibility that it might have been run out, and then forgot he had to do the work back in the ball up.
It was a decent bit of work from Podmore, who's in a bit of a lengthy old spell from the pavilion end, so showing his agility and fitness. Kent's outfielding has been good. Stevens in again to Garton. This one beats him outside off stump. Yeah, just that drop catch from Jack Leaning, who took one of the best catches I've ever seen to get rid of Phil Salt. That did put down Tom Haynes, diving in front of Jordan Cox.
That's the fact he got both hands on it, that one for Salt that he caught.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that on Kent's social media feeds you will see you can see the Jack Leaning catch. I highly recommend it if you haven't. Yeah,
no doubt. The one he dropped was actually a bit of the Ben Stokes about it when he dived in front of Joe Root the other day.
Yeah, as Stevens bowls again, and Garton just knocks it back to him. Stevens flick of the boot and straight up into the hands.
Probably would have been Jordan Cox's to his left, I think.
I think Jordan would have caught it, but it's one of those at second slip, you dive, you see it, you go for it, you dive. I used to field first slip, and every now and again if Paul Nixon or Grant Jones would fly across you, or second slip, Andrew Simons would come the other way. It can be a bit disconcerting. But Stevenson again, bowls to Garton, who edges to Jordan Cox. Don't think it carried. They've taken one, it went through the slip field, and they are going to come back for a second. But no head in hands. I don't think there was any chance of a catch. I think it bounced a couple of feet in front of him. But I was a big believer at slip and trying to get the slips to spread out a little bit, because if you're close, you haven't, as a collective, you haven't got as much of a catching area, and you can get in each other's way. Whereas if you spread out, you can almost cover, 3 slips can cover 4, and room for brilliance is what Andrew Simons used to say. Spread out, room for brilliance, mate. Oh, he's bowled him! Darren Stevens knocks out the off stump of George Garton with another beauty. He clipped the bails of Delroy Rawlings. Well, this time he's knocked back the off stump. That is 5 wickets for the 44-year-old Kent stalwart. 5 for 48. And he has taken another 5-wicket bag. There it is up on the sight screen, up on the scoreboard rather. 5-wicket bag. 13.6, 14 overs. 5 wickets. What a marvellous performance from Darren Stevens. The evergreen Stevens does it again for Kent.
Garton gone for 6, and Darren Stevens, well, I think you're getting good at this commentary, Kerslark, David Fulton, because just as you were saying, some days when it's not really nipping around, doesn't do too much for Darren Stevens. Maybe you think about getting the spinners on, resting him up for the next game. He's since produced 5 of the best. And I'm talking about room for excellence. What was Andrew Simons' phrase?
Room for brilliance.
Room for brilliance. Well,
brilliance there, wasn't there?
That oozes Darren Stevens all over, doesn't it? 5 for 48, and Sussex toiling 99 for 6. And with 22 overs remaining in the day, who's to say this won't be all done and dusted today? Despite the fact the deficit is only 99, Kent will be fancying themselves right now, and you'll have to rip the ball out of Stevens' hands.
Yeah, 22 overs remaining. Extra half hour, I'm guessing that's still allowed. I'm not sure on the regulations, because they had 90 overs in a day for kind of safety reasons because of the pandemic. I don't know if that therefore prevents the extra half an hour being taken. Find if anyone knows, please do let us know. What performance now, Stevens? We say time and time again, and the word around the county circuit is always, well, you know, it's because they're green seamers, they're damp wickets in April and May. This is a flat wicket that Kent made 530 for 1 on. And he has run in.
They might have wanted to keep him if he had.
Yeah, I'm trying to think whether he played overseas anywhere, maybe in New Zealand or something like that. But I'm having a little look now. I think all his overseas. Well, I'd just say Otago on his, but I would guess that most of those were in shorter form than franchise cricket, because in his pomp he was a very fine T20 player as well, albeit now he tends to specialise in the red ball game. It's a bit of a delay. Jack Carson is a new batsman, but neither batsman are in the middle at the moment. I think Harry Finch is having his bat tended to, and his bat has gone okay. He's on 54, but he needs a partner to stick around with him. I think Ken will be absolutely thrilled with this performance, Ben, for all kinds of reasons. I rather thought, having watched them last week at Chelmsford, while they were excellent in large patches, having come so close to winning that game and invested so much in it. I thought that, you know, a team with a lesser team spirit, and it might have just knocked the stuffing out of them a bit. You know, how would they bounce back? But boy, have they bounced back. Performances of Jordan Cox and Jack Leaning, inspirational, and now to be bowling like they are. Podmore's been excellent. He's got 1 for 23, but Darren Stevens 5 for 48. Ripping through the Sussex batting order. And Harry Finch playing a lone hand on strike at the minute. He is unbeaten on 54.
Yeah, Podmore continuing from the pavilion end. 22 overs remaining in the day for Kent to pick up these final wickets they require. Finch was trying to drive that through the covers, ended up popping it out towards mid-on. I'm just going to get through to a couple of emails because I put a shout out prior to the tea break saying we've been chatting all about milestones today. We've seen another one just recently there with Darren Stevens picking up a 5th wicket in the game. But saying if you're a club cricketer, if you've got a notable milestone, you want to give someone a shout out, ping us an email, kentcricket@gmail.com, at BBC Kent Sport, and I'll do that. As Podmore is in and bowling. This one pushed away out towards the deep point fielder for a single. We had Tom Grinstead get in touch to say that Robin Dooley scored a double 100 for Addington Village at the weekend with 14 huge sixes. I think we've had a few more. Tom Jessup saying, just wondering if you could give my brother a shout out. Kieran Jessup got his first ever 100 at the weekend. Scored 109 not out for Surrey against Westgate on Sea, with his new wife Sophie watching on. They got married 2 weeks ago after having their wedding in April postponed.
Repeat that one to me, Ben.
So Tom getting in touch, his brother Kieran,
right,
first ever 100 at the weekend. 109 not out v Surrey versus Westgate on Sea. His new wife Sophie was watching. They got married 2 weeks ago. Originally their wedding was in April, but it got postponed due to coronavirus. As Podmore in and bowling, another slip going in, 4 slips as Carson's first ball. He drives up towards mid-on. He says unbelievably he was captain, lost the toss and was put into bat. That captain that's chose to bowl first there needs to go on some sort of a list.
Yeah.
Hope he bought a jug or something.
The Nasser Hussain list.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah, well, we've all done it.
Jack Fagg also scored 100 in that innings. That's a lovely story, though.
That was who I was listening for, because I knew that Jack, because I used to coach football with Jack, and I knew he got 100 in that game, but I thought, has he got married? Did I miss that?
Here comes Podmore. Ian and bowls clipped away into the leg side. The Kent fielders, bit of theatre from behind the stumps, thinking about a possible LBW shout. I must admit, I'm normally rubbish when my wife turns up to watch me play on a Saturday, so it's nice to see that someone's wife is a lucky charm for them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if my wife was a lucky charm when I played. I played club cricket, which I play occasionally. And I was at the weekend, I made 10. I had both my kids sledging me for being useless and old. My wife and walking the dog. Even the dog seemed to be sledging me from the outfield.
Podmore in and bowling. Edge towards third slip, but it drops short of, I think it's Marcus O'Riordan in there. Your dog's a bit of a internet celebrity now, isn't he? After lockdown?
After lockdown, he did make it, yeah, because the kids were doing stuff on social media, and we had all kinds of cricket things and coaching videos and stuff going on in the garden. And the dog, who's named Cluffy after the great Brian Clough, because I'm a Forest fan, we've thrown balls at him and all sorts, but he shows absolutely no interest. He's not a particularly sporty dog. We love him all the same.
100 for 6 here, Sussex. There's this one defended by Carson, end of another over. He's yet to score. Finch there on 55, the deficit 98.
It turns out that he likes his yoga.
Really?
My wife put a yoga DVD on to do some CD on to go and do some yoga, and the dog kind of passed out, and it got told to sit, and it sat, and then it was like lie down and stretch out, and then the dog lies down and stretches out. So who knew? Because I've been throwing balls for 7 years of his life, and all he really wanted to do was take it easy.
All he wanted to do was yoga.
Yeah, so he's bendy, but just not very coordinated.
Yeah, so we recently got a dog, and a miniature dachshund we've called Frank, and so my wife was just leaving him at home for a couple of hours so he can have a bit of a snooze to come watch me play at the weekend. And as Darren Stevens comes in,
Stevens is in. Balls to Finch, who just knocks it up to mid-off. No run. Stevens almost jogs back to his mark. He's so enthusiastic.
She came at the back end of our fielding innings, it so happened I normally bowl a bit, but it so happened I didn't bowl at the weekend. And then by the time she'd been gone out of the house for 3 hours and needed to go back, I literally just went into bat. So she was there watching the cricket for about 2.5 hours, didn't see me do anything. As soon as she had to go back for the dog, I went in.
Stevens bowls and punches on the back foot. No run. Daniel Bell-Drummond fields add extra cover. Yeah, it sounds like the dog's the priority in the Watts household. Yeah, I get that. Kids and dog, and you're somewhere down the list.
Yeah. One of those. She didn't miss too much.
Any flashing Watts cover drives?
No, none of that.
And Stevens is in. Finch negotiated that well. Just full defensive.
I like to score all my runs behind square.
Yes.
The little dab outside off stump. And then I was on one and just decided to ramp the medium pacer because there was nobody at fine leg. And then I just kept doing it to the off spinner. So I think most of my runs were just from the little paddle sweep, to be honest.
Nothing wrong with that. If there aren't any fielders there, it doesn't say you have to hit it back in front of square. As Stevens is into Finch again. And once again, it's the full defensive, full face of the bat defending to Daniel Bell-Drummond and extra cover.
Anyway, on to some people that did do something in their club cricket at the weekend. Sam Island getting in touch saying a fantastic 100 for one of the young lads at Folkestone this weekend. Henry Bridges is only 15, normally a bowler in the first 11 but currently injured, scored his maiden 100 against Reculver at Folkestone. His previous highest score was 34. This one driven away by Finch.
Yeah, I think there's been some really good club cricket played over the last month or so. I think people, especially the batters, filling their boots, having waited so long to get an opportunity. The pitches are generally pretty good. Groundsmen have had a bit of time and the sun's been out. And whilst golf clubs have benefited through lockdowns and things like that, I think everyone's back out playing now, which is great to see. Stevens in again. Finch drives to mid-on where Podmore fields, and there's no run. That completes the over. Darren Stevens, 15 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 50. Sussex 102 for 6. They still trail by 96.
Rob Miller getting in touch on the email saying not an unreasonable chance that Jordan Cox could be out on the field for every ball of the match. The way things could pan out.
Yeah.
Another one about the situation. David Milne getting in touch saying he's a Kent-born cricket fan who now lives in Somerset. Wonderful to see Kent's batsman doing so well today. He says, with the match heading very much in Kent's favour, I had a look at how many times a side had won a first-class match without losing a wicket or indeed just losing one, as Kent have. 8 times a side has won losing no wickets, 34 times a side losing just the 1 wicket. As Podmore is in with 4 slips in play. Edged, taken, brilliant catch, low down at 4th slip. Podmore celebrates, and that is a real beauty. It's Billings in there. He's finally joined the party, the skipper, and Harry Finch is being left without a partner because Carson goes for naught. Finch stranded up the other end on 57. Sussex are crumbling around him. They're 102 now for 7, and Kent need 3 more wickets to win the game.
You deserve that. Harry Podmore's been excellent. Bounce, a bit of a waist swing. Every now and again he just slanted the ball back into the right hander. It's been an excellent display. Darren Stevens will take the plaudits from the bowling point of view, but Podmore has been a fine partner to him, and the two of them just touch feet, as is the way these days. A little bit of a celebratory foot tapping. But good catch from Billings. It was low down. Carson just had a little look and then a look to the square leg umpire to see if it had carried. So Billings gave him the nod. He took the fielder's word and off he went. Henry Crocombe. So one young man departs and another one arrives, and they really are amongst the bowlers now, Kent. You'd expect this game to finish this evening, Ben.
Yeah, the way it is now, you would, wouldn't you? I think it went down on the scorecard as Cox has taken the catch, but I'm fairly confident that's Sam Billings, who just moved himself into 4th slip.
Yeah, Cox is at 1.
Yeah.
Yes, it's interesting you mentioned Jordan Cox fielding every ball. I played in that game in 1996 when Matt Walker got 275 not out. And in the second innings, because we set up a game against Somerset, he got 44 not out. He was on the field, and that was a hot day. He was smoking it all round St Lawrence ground. There was a tree there back then, of course.
Yeah. Here's Podmore bowls to the new man. Crocombe defends into the offside, but oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. I feel like I remember Matt Walker clearing that tree once when I used to come down as a youngster watching, and I think it was a pull shot straight over the top of the tree. There weren't many occasions when that happened.
Yeah, Carl Hooper clear it on one or two occasions as well.
I think
every now and again I'd trickle one into the trunk of it.
Here comes Podmore, 102 for 7. Oh, a big shout for LBW. The batsman shuffled across. Did he get bat on it? Umpire seems to think so. Crocombe will get a run for this then.
Yeah, definitely two noises. Picked that up from here. Worth a shout because it was knocking the lot out, but definite inside edge. Nigel Long too experienced to miss that one, and Crocombe is away.
Brings Finch back on strike then.
Of course, Middlesex is Kent's next opponents here on Saturday. It'll be fascinating to see how they juggle their bowlers, because Podmore's been excellent.
Driven into the offside. Quick single chance. Billings throws at the stumps underhanded. Having moved out of fourth slip for Finch. They do get through for the quick single. Yeah, you'd have thought Milnes would be keen to come back in.
Well, I don't think any of them are injured, are they? Just the rotation policy. They were bowling at lunch, as I heard you mention when you were on air with Adrian. So Milnes looked like he was flying in at lunch. It's a nice position to be in for Kent, who have their full complement of seamers fit. Podmore's got better the longer he's bowled. And you'd think Podmore and Milnes will probably be Kent's 1 and 2 seamers.
Podmore bowling. Oh, bit of bounce here outside the off stump, and Crocombe just groping at that, really.
They both took 50-odd wickets last year, if
if
memory serves.
Was it 55 Milnes and then 53?
52, I've got here 52 Podmore, 55 Milnes and 52 Steve-O.
Yeah,
so they're the three that you think if Kent were playing their full strength, and that's no disrespect to Ivan Thomas, who was excellent last week, and Tim Grunewald, who's vastly experienced, you know, and the rest. Because Grant Stewart was good last week as well.
Here comes Podmore. Turned away into the onside. If there was a short leg, they might have been in the game, but there isn't one to the new man. End of the over, Crocombe 1, Finch 58. Podmore striking, really smart catch from Billings. Sussex 104 for 7. The deficit still 94 runs. 19 overs remaining in the day for Kent to try and eke out 3 more wickets to wrap up the victory here against Sussex, having earlier put on 530 for 1 in their first innings.
Looks like there's going to be a bowling change. Tim Grunewald has the ball in his hand. I'm looking at Darren Stevens, who I think is at mid-off and not moving. So that spell comes to an end. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 50. Another 5-wicket bag. And he will have a spell. And Grunewald keen to get amongst the wickets. Did he pick up any in the first innings?
The one, I think.
Yeah, so he's off the mark for his new county. Didn't play last week at Chelmsford, but nice position for Kent to be in, and I quite like this rotation policy. You know, 5 games gives everyone an opportunity, keeps them fresh and hungry. As I say, if Kent keep playing like this and the Lord's final is round the corner, then rotation might go out the window. As Grunewald is in, he's bowling to Finch. I don't think he is bowling to Finch. He ran in, went through his action, held on to the ball. So slightly curious. He's just looking at the footholes, I think was the problem. So Finch was all prepared and nothing came down at him. It's a good opportunity for the former Somerset man to show what he can do. He's bowling for the Nackington Road end. 104 for 7, Sussex. Finch on strike. Decent delivery that just came back at him. It's knocks it into Billings, who's at mid-wicket. There is no run. Still trailing by 94, Sussex. That'll be the goal for them at the moment. Can they make Kent bat again? Can they see the day out? 2 slips and a gully. Deep point, because that is the short boundary, and they don't really mind if Finch gets a single. Ball at Crocombe. Extra cover mid-off. is the offside field, and as Grunewald is in, it's on the pads, and it is clipped away. Thomas running round at long leg. They're scampering back for 2. The throw is in the middle of the wicket rather than at either end, and they make it comfortably. Finch moves into the 60s. He's 60, 106 for 7.
Yeah, good intensity from Harry Finch. Making sure he gets himself back on strike. Trying as much as he can see out the most of the bowling, back himself to do the job.
Grunewald in for the Nackington Road in. 4 ball, lovely on drive. We saw one of those earlier from Harry Finch, but a diving Grunewald, just got his fingertips to it, deflected it mid-on, and there's no run. But another handsome looking stroke, other than the occasional waft outside off stump with no feet. He's looked really well organised, Harry Finch. Lovely on drives, lovely back foot punches. And he's watching here and waiting as Grunewald comes into him, and it's a half volley, and he nails this through extra cover. There's going to be 4 more. There's a sweeper back square of the wicket, but that went through straightish extra cover. And Finch moves to 64, 110 for 7, reducing that deficit down to 88.
My colleague Matt Cole, who's been with you on days 1 and 2, just sent me a text message saying Darren Stevens clearly not overly happy at all the attention being given to a couple of kids who can bat a bit. Double hundreds, you say? Hold my beer.
Ah, nice. Yeah, good point from Matt. Finch takes another single. Yeah, well, you kind of wonder what the likes of Billings and Stevens might have done had they got to the crease. But I think they'll be very delighted for those 2 young men who were excellent today. I thought it was interesting, we talked earlier, didn't we, that they didn't really put their foot down. They were content to kind of meander that compulsory end of an innings with 120 overs. You thought from maybe 105 onwards they might really be swinging and looking to 4s and 6s all over the place. They didn't do that. They went at the pace they'd been batting. They maybe upped it a fraction, but there was no ramp shots or T20 blasting it out of the park. They just kept batting. As Grunewald is in now to Crocombe, and he plays a nice looking off drive, picks out Stevens at mid-off. There's no run, and that concludes the Grunewald over. 7 from it. All of them off the bat of Harry Finch, who's moved on to 65. Crocombe is 1. Not much batting to come. Stuart Meeker and Mitchell Claydon, 2 experienced men, will be 10 and 11. But Kent will certainly fancy their chances of wrapping this up tonight.
Yeah, they certainly will. Just before that excellent catch from Billings, actually, I was reading out that email from David talking about possible win for Kent, losing only 1 wicket. He also added a little line at the end, which I thought I'd bring up, because we were talking about your dog stealing the limelight on social media, David. But he's also saying, good to hear David Horton on commentary. I still recall him batting in the Lord's final against Lancashire in 1995, wearing his sun hat to face Wasim Akram. Because that clip was on doing the rounds the other week, wasn't it?
It was. It was doing the rounds the other week, and it suddenly dawned on me that was 4 years before Ollie Robinson was born.
4 more bowls. This one pushed away out towards backward of point for a quick single. Finch moves to 66. 112 for 7. The deficit 86. Kent with 3 wickets required to win the game. Are you sure that was a good idea to face Wasim without a helmet?
It worked out okay. It was. It seemed like a good idea at the time, and you know, I'd live to tell the tale, which was good. But yeah, it was a long time ago. Sporting a very silly ginger goatee, which is the only other thing the sun hat revealed, which probably wasn't so good.
Here's Bob Moore, 4 slips. He bowls to Crocombe, who gets nicely in behind this one. Good bit of the bat on that one. We actually had Matt and I had a conversation with Rob Key during lockdown, and we were doing a few look back type chats and that sort of thing, and Rob's got a book out, you know. So he was saying about how when he faced Wasim Akram, I think he said he got hit on the lid twice, and then one of the occasions you ran 2 leg bys.
Right. Well, you thought I should have only run 1
well,
to look after the young
No,
player.
I think he was just staggered that you ran leg bys at all, and just after he got hit on the noggin from Wasim Akram, he was then run a dazed 2. This one in the air. Oh, dropped by Bell Drummond. It was a bit of a waft outside the off stump from Crocombe and went through an expansive cover drive. And Daniel Bell Drummond, I don't know if he had the sun in his eyes, he went with 2 hands. It was a difficult height perhaps with the way that he was trying to catch the ball.
Yeah, it was kind of above shoulder height, and at that height you normally go with your fingers up, kind of what we call Australian style, but he tried to kind of get his hands more conventional, and it was just a bit high for that. It was a tough chance, one he'd expect to take, but I don't think it'd be too costly.
Paul Moore with 3 slips to Finch in behind this one defensively. I just thought it was interesting that after however many years he's still complaining that you made him run leg bys after he got hit in the head by Akram.
I would have figured that Keysy getting hit in the head wouldn't have done too much damage, maybe to the ball, but there were 2 runs on offer. Let's take them. I probably should have taken 1. If he got hit in the head, you'd probably like to protect him for the next delivery, but as I say, it wouldn't have hurt him too much.
Three slips there now. They just moved mid-wicket in. Kadri. Finch on 66. Don't want to give him an easy single as he pushes this one into the offside. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment's time. Adrian Harms will be back in alongside me very shortly as well. Paul Moore with the ball in hand. A little bit of encouragement. I think that was from the skipper. Shouting out, come on boys. Here's Paul Moore. Driven to the skipper and he's caught low down by Billings at cover. Another exemplary piece of fielding from the Kent captain. Finch driving on the up and Billings positioning himself at extra cover, takes a low catch, and Kent just 2 wickets away now from victory. Sussex 113 for 8.
Yeah, fantastic bit of cricket, and it sums up the difference between these two sides. A brilliant catch from Sam Billings. Finch going for 66. He's wafted a few times on the front foot, been much better off the back foot and through the leg side, but that time he just picked out the Kent captain, and whilst Bell Drummond put down a chance earlier in the over, Kent skipper making no mistake. Kent on the verge here. 113 for 8 Sussex. They still trail by 85.
Thank you, David. Adrian Harms will be back with us for a moment. You do suspect it might not take Kent the remaining 17 overs to finish this off with the removal of the key man in the Sussex innings, the man that's held it all together. Looks like he was running out of partners, and now he himself has gone to a seriously smart piece of cricket. That update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. A wicket has just fallen. Harry Finch has been the main resistance to the possible early victory for Kent. Has gone for 66, driving on the up, caught brilliantly by Sam Billings, the Kent skipper, at extra cover. He took the last catch as well. Carson out for naught off the same bowler, Podmore. That one was at 4th slip though, low down, really smart piece of fielding from him. Darren Stevens has taken 5 wickets, 44 years young, and he's still doing the business with the ball for Kent. 5 wickets for Stevens, 3 for Podmore. Sussex really struggling, 113 for 8. Just 2 more wickets now required for Kent to win this match, having earlier on in the day completely dominated Sussex when they were batting. Jordan Cox, 238 for him. Jack Leaning, 220 for him. A stand of 423, a Kent club record between that pair. Now just 2 wickets separates Kent from victory against Sussex here in the Bob Willis Trophy. Now with the weather, John Hammond. Groeneveld back into the attack. And Crocombe, who's been joined by Meeker up the other end. Driving that one up towards mid-on. Just Mitch Claydon to come after this as well. Here's Groeneveld again, this time left alone outside the off stump. Kent in the mood right now, in the mood to see this off and win the game in commanding fashion. A couple of the catches from Billings, one from Leaning earlier. It's been some really excellent work. And then on top of that, Darren Stevens doing what he does. Groeneveld bowls, fallen on the stumps. Crocombe clips this nicely up towards mid-on. I think it's Podmore who scurries across and does the fielding there. Groeneveld again turned away into the onside by Crocombe. Adrian just doing an update for BBC Radio Sussex. Groeneveld again. Sussex 113 for 8. Oh, plays and misses. Does he nick it? No, he has nicked it. 113 for 9. Tim Groeneveld strikes. A thin outside edge through to the wicketkeeper, Ollie Robinson, and Kent require one more for victory. Crocombe with a slightly loose drive. And Groeneveld joins in the celebrations with the low kicks to his teammates.
I'm afraid it has, James. It's been a horrible day, and I have to say it's turning into a bit of an embarrassing day as well, because in their second innings, Sussex have slumped.
He departs for a couple. And Kent surely now on the brink.
Harry Finch with 66, Rawlings with 19, and Tom Haynes with 17 have reached double figures. It really has been a tale of woe, and we'll be very surprised when this game doesn't finish tonight. Sussex still trailing by 85 runs. To put it in some sort of context, James, Kent made 530 for just one wicket in their first innings, so this has been a real trouncing for Sussex. Things not going much better for Surrey. They're playing at Chelmsford. Essex 255 for 8. They need to be Surrey by 330. And at Bradlett, Hampshire are 16 without loss, even though 142 for 8. Here at Canterbury, Sussex on the verge of a very heavy defeat.
So Mitch Claydon walks out then, the final man. The final stand between him and Mika. And that is going to be the difference between Kent and a possible 3-day win here at Canterbury. Adrian Harms back with us.
Bit of Fleetwood Mac to see Kent over the line. Well, I think you ought to commentate, Ben, because this has been a ruthless display by Kent. It really has.
One more ball left in the over as Groeneveld is in and bowling to Claydon, who thumps this away through cover point for 4. I must admit, there's nothing. Well, there's a lot of things I love, but Mitch Claydon coming in at number 11 and whacking away a few boundaries is definitely up there. He's always fun to watch. Claydon's first ball, he thumps it for 4. Sussex 117 for 9. Quick word from you, Adrian, while I see if I can get our studio to turn Fleetwood Mac down just a little bit in our headphones.
Much as we like Fleetwood Mac. Well, I'm sure Sussex supporters will be rightly very disappointed in this. Actually, an email come through from Graham Peters who says, David Fulton is right, but because this is the Bob Willis Trophy rather than the County Championship, I think all sides need to favour far more the idea of changing a team to give wider opportunity to the playing squad. This is not the season to talk about giving a run in the side to any player, particularly if they are not delivering. This means that any squad member like Luke Wells, who's been on the sidelines for the first 2 games, should be in the team for the 3rd match if fit. Well, we will find out on Saturday when Sussex play their next game against Essex. But here comes Harry Podmore bowling to Stuart Meaker, who plays down the ground, and there is no run. I can see Ivan Thomas is warming up for Kent, but Sussex need to survive another 16 overs if this is going to go into a 4th day, and I have to say that looks extremely unlikely. As Podmore turns, the 4 slips go down in front of us, and he's on his way. Over the wicket bowls, and Mika lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. And we have to remember, of course, that Kent only lost 1 wicket in making 530. I suspect if this had been a county championship match, that probably Kent would have batted through till tea and we would have had a fourth day. But I think that's... I don't know whether we can have the extra half hour. I mean, it would make sense, wouldn't it, to be honest, dragging everybody back for one wicket tomorrow. But there's another 16 overs to go yet, so that may not even come into play. You go, Ben, because Kent could win this now.
Podmore in then. Oh, a shout for LBW. There's a shout for a caught behind. I think that's come off the top of the thigh pad, really, and ballooned through to Ollie Robinson, so there wasn't really a serious shout. Yeah, we were just wondering actually whether there might be a half an hour extra on offer. I'm not convinced if there is. I think they're being fairly tight about the 90 overs in a day, or are they? I'm not sure.
I mean, you'd have thought probably that sense ought to prevail, really, to drag everybody. But I guess Sussex are staying down here. They'll probably stay tonight. Well, I don't know, the hotel. They may go out to Kent, to Sussex. Who knows?
4 slips rather for Podmore. Left alone. Good leave actually from Stuart Meeker outside the off stump.
But it's been a sorry tale for Sussex. Harry Finch making 66. Ray Rawlings a bright and breezy 19 and Tom Haynes 17. But really, from the time Phil Salt was out in the very first over, caught in the slips, you kind of feared that maybe this might happen. Well, you said, Ben, this could happen, and it's been a pretty poor batting performance by Sussex on what is a very good wicket. There's no blame attached to the wicket.
Podmore again, bowling to Meeker, full of concentration, moves across his stumps and drives out towards point. It's just one of those things that happens, isn't it? When a team's been out in the field and been put under the pump a bit, suddenly they come out and have to concentrate on the batting. Sussex is a fairly inexperienced group. They've been drained out in the field. Kent have got their tails up. They get an early wicket.
Yeah. No, you're right. And actually, I mean, when you look back on this game and you dissect the game, we'll just break off for a minute as Podmore's in again.
Past umpire long and bowling. Full delivery. Just swings away a touch, left alone by Meeker. End of the over, 117 for 9. Maiden from Podmore.
Yeah, and when you go back and analyse this game, I was here with Matt on Saturday, and we were thinking, well, this looks a pretty good track. There seemed to be a little bit in it for the bowlers. It looked a good track to bat on, and a lot of Sussex batsmen got themselves in and got themselves out. Pretty much all the top 6, to be honest, with the exception of the skipper who made 98. So the feeling was that, we thought perhaps Sussex had their noses slightly in front on Saturday. The pitch was doing a bit, but clearly it was a much better batting pitch than we thought. And so 332 was nowhere near enough, and so that's proven.
Gronovar then to continue from the Nackington Road end. Looking to try and finish off the job. Claydon plays defensively. Stands upright in his stance and just nudges it into the covers.
But it will be difficult. I've had several emails. Jason Gillespie spoke to us at length last week that some senior players hadn't made the runs necessary, and has given the other players an opportunity. But those younger players haven't quite taken the opportunity. Haven't in this game.
Gronovar bowls on the hip of Claydon. Looks like this will be leg buys as Robinson, the wicketkeeper, moves to collect.
I think the other point as well worth making, Ben, is that Sussex have been kept in games the last couple of seasons by the bowling of Ollie Robinson. I mean, when he's taking 137 wickets in 2 seasons, and he started this tournament with 8 against Hampshire last week, you're missing a bowler of that class and quality. Boy, it shows how much Sussex need Ollie Robinson. I mean, no Robinson, no Archer, no Jordan. But, every side is missing players, so that's not an excuse, but they've certainly missed Robinson in this match.
Gronovar bowls. Meeker drives. Lovely stroke. No mid-off, and it's all the way for 4 runs. Gronovar annoyed at himself. Wasn't far away from fielding it, but Meeker off the mark with a rather splendid-looking off-drive. 1-2-2 for 9, Sussex.
But often the problem with a defeat like this, and this happens, sides get beaten, but it's about how you bounce back, really. It's not going to get any easier for Sussex because they're playing Essex in the next game, who have been putting out good sides in this competition. They won their first game against Kent, in a good position against Surrey as well.
Gronovar in. Defended into the onside.
Sorry, Ben, it's a strong group as well. At 6 sides, you've got 4 First Division sides in there. So, it was never going to be easy for Sussex. A very good win last week against Hampshire. We mustn't forget that. But again, you have to think that Robinson is taking, a third of the wickets for Sussex, and they really have missed that.
Grenoble bowls turned away down towards long leg by Mika. He's going to get one. Claydon was keen to come back for two, but well advised by his partner not to. There'll be one ball left in the over. I mean, Kent are missing Denley and Zach Crawley for this one, but that's small. I mean, they're two England international players, admittedly, so they are big absentees, but players have stepped up in their absence. Sussex got a lot of key players missing. Surely you're talking about Robinson, Jofra Archer.
Well, Robinson, Archer, Jordan, Chris Jordan injured, Jofra Archer obviously with England, Ollie Robinson away with England, but Luke Wells was left out.
In and bowling and edged over the top of the slips by Mitch Claydon, having a flutter. He gets himself another boundary. Sussex up to 127 for 9. Yes, the likes of Van Zyl and
so Steven Van Zyl has stayed in. People getting back for the T20s will have to wait. Around the lines, he was always going to be in and around England. So yes, they are missing some players, but I don't think that Jason Gillespie would use that as an excuse. It was an opportunity for players, and let's be honest, it's a good batting wicket, and they haven't made enough runs in this game.
Well, Ivan Thomas, who hasn't actually had a bowl in the second innings, has got ball in hand to try and finish things off. 127 for 9 as he bowls off on the legs of Stuart Mika, clipped away out towards long leg for a single.
You think probably that player, I mean, clearly Sussex won't give this up until the last wicket falls, but you'd have thought that Kent will be pretty keen to wrap this up and get themselves a day off tomorrow. Middlesex are next here, is that, Ben? They give themselves 4 days before that game, maybe a couple of days off, and perhaps back in for preparation at the end of the week. But I'm sure they'd all like perhaps to be on the golf course tomorrow rather than playing cricket. Perhaps to pick up one wicket. But you never know. Well, they've got to survive another 13 overs, which is quite a big ask for this last pairing. The highs and lows of sport, because Sussex were really on a high last week after beating Hampshire, but big low today.
Thomas bowls thumped by Claydon for 4 runs through wide mid-off. It's a style that Mitch Claydon always comes out and bats with, admittedly, but apart from maybe Rawlings, we didn't see this.
As Phil Salt, so when we thought, didn't we, that the rules of the competition actually let Sussex
Ivan Thomas in and bowling again to Claydon, short, and again he's hammered that hard down the ground. Good bit of fielding by Podmore at mid-on. Single for Claydon. He's got 13 from 6 balls.
Yes, he's certainly put back to ball, hasn't he? So thank you for your email, Graham. Good to hear from everybody and thank you to everyone who sent emails in throughout the course of the match. Of other tweets that have come in. I'll read a couple of them to you in a minute.
3 slips in play. Thomas in and bowling. Mika with a little trigger movement across his stumps, lets it go.
David Walker says, I've no idea what's really happening at home. Perhaps I don't follow the right people, but if this was football, someone would pay the price for this embarrassment with their job. Good old Sussex by the sea, says David, and there's one or two with a similar sort of a theme. Sussex supporters not happy. David Sharp says, hi Adrian, Darren Stevens always plays well against us. I hope you're well. Yes, thank you David, thanks for getting in touch.
Trust me, every county cricket follower from counties other than Kent say that about Darren Stevens, because he just does play well against everyone. Thomas Bowles, defended by Mika, back down the pitch. Maybe there's a little bit more on it with Sussex being Kent's rivals, so he brings his A game, I don't know. But there's a few counties that will lay claim to being on the wrong end of Stephen's good days out.
Yeah.
It happens to every team, trust me.
Yeah. Well, Kent are 1 wicket away from victory inside 3 days. We didn't see that happening, I don't think, when we started off on Saturday on this very good Canterbury pitch.
Even at lunchtime, to be honest. It's Thomas Bowles, and this one's pushed into the covers. We were looking at this batting pitch thinking, Sussex got a chance of seeing this out for a draw.
Well, absolutely. Absolutely right. Kent have bowled better. David Fulton was saying, the likes of Podmore and Stevens have just bowled better than the Sussex attack. And Jason Gillespie said last night that Sussex hadn't bowled well. They hadn't bowled together in groups. They hadn't created pressure. And Ben Brown was spending the whole time desperately trying to find someone who could keep an end quiet.
So that over from Thomas Worth, 6 for Sussex, 133 for 9. The deficit's 65. Claydon 13 and on strike as well.
I'm thinking sort of probably enough of a post-mortem from me, really. I wonder whether we should get David in for the last rites here, and I can speak to do an update on the radio when it's all gone. Perhaps that's a nice thing to do, because this is all about Kent. It's Sussex haven't had a good day. We know that, but perhaps get David in to comment on what a good performance this has been from Kent.
Here's Groenewald around the wicket, bowling to Claydon. Another fulsome punch back down the ground, which is well stopped. And he's followed through by Tim Groenewald. The backing noise of the fan in the other side of the commentary box just subsiding. Adrian's turned his microphone off, thanks to Adrian Harms. Thanks to David Fulton. He'll be back with us shortly as this is pulled away by Claydon for a run. He moves to 14. Mika 6. Here's Groenewald in, driven by Mika. Another good shot. These two are batting rather nicely at the moment, it must be said. Square of wicket cover drive by Mika. He moves to 10. Claydon 14. Kent supporters over the years will have enjoyed seeing these kind of knocks from Mitch Claydon. Just seems to be delaying the inevitable perhaps for the now. But a lovely shot from Mika.
Yeah, they're two experienced campaigners, aren't they? Play with pride. Don't want to see this game given away. They've been second best throughout Sussex, but they maybe could enjoy themselves at the end here.
Driven again by Mika this time. Billings, a man at cover, doing a bit of fielding.
Cam bats to Mika, 6 first-class 50s, best of 94. Averages 15.5, so not the worst number 10 on the circuit.
Well, they're not bad for 10 and 11, these two.
No, not at all. Let's look at Mitch's numbers in just a second.
Mika is on strike though. Chopped down into the ground by Mika. Just drops away into the gully. Marcus O'Riordan comes and collects it.
So 2 fewer 50s for Mitch. He's got 4. He also averages just over 15. High score of 77. So, if they were both to produce personal bests, we'd be here long into tomorrow. It's hope for Kent's sake that doesn't happen. Not to mention yours, Ben. You might have plans for a day off, I would imagine.
Here's Groenewald in and bowling, clipped away through square leg. Another good shot, another boundary for the Sussex seam bowler. And end of another over. And at the moment, this last wicket pair. Just wondering how many they've put on now. But the score up to 142 for 9.
Yeah, 113 for 9 when the wicket fell out of Henry Crocombe.
So
29.
Useful little partnership, yeah.
Yeah, frustrating as well for Kent because they've pretty much done the job. They know that. Just getting over the line can be hard work, but what a day it's been. We rocked up this morning thinking 35 overs to the 120. What was going to happen? We saw history in the making with Jordan Cox and Jack Leaning, 423, highest ever partnership for Kent. A couple of brilliant double centurions. Sam Billings wasn't even needed, he was next in. His biggest contribution at that stage, other than the odd wise word, was the contribution on social media about pad rash, if I remember. But he's marshalled his troops well in the field, taking a couple of blinding catches. It's all gone Kent's way as Ivan Thomas is in to Mitch Claydon, who plays another high elbowed punch off the back foot. Be nice if Thomas can follow up his good work of last week, where he took 4 wickets, first wickets that he'd taken for a long time after that cruciate knee injury that ruled him out of all of last season. It was good to see the big fella get amongst the wickets.
Yeah, almost did it for Kent really last week, didn't he?
He bowled beautifully. It was a cracking game of cricket. Very evenly matched sides. This one's been much more one-sided, but Thomas will look to finish it off as he comes into Claydon. Short ball, and Claydon swings a pull shot, doesn't get hold of it. Bottom edges it into the floor. It rolls out to Harry Podmore, who's mid-on. There are 2 men back on the leg side, so they're waiting for that pull stroke. If there's a top edge, 3 slips, offside field of a backward point, extra cover and mid-off. So just the 2 men back on the leg side, the only boundary riders, waiting for that kind of leg trap. As Thomas turns from the pavilion end, comes in past umpire Nigel Long, bowls full and hits Claydon in the box by the sound of it, and he's moving. I don't think Mitch would move quite that quickly to hit him in the box, but he's tending in that kind of area.
Yeah, sounds like a painful one. He'll be enjoying this, Mitch Claydon.
Yeah.
Playing cricket against all his old mates, having a good old swing from defeat, of course. Little victories.
Yeah, he'd like to leave a few souvenirs around the place in terms of shots. Here's Thomas, short ball. To take. Thomas banging it in. Claydon intense on the pull stroke. Got it off the splice. It went flat, but not especially hard, and Podmore got 2 hands to it, diving at mid-on, and he puts it down.
Yeah, difficult one. I thought it was in the hands actually, whether or not it dropped out as his elbows hit the floor.
Yeah,
on the stretch.
Disappoint him as Thomas comes in again. This one is pitched up and Claydon kind of backs away, giving himself room, trying to steer it through the offside. Goes to Billings at extra cover. And there's no run, but I doubt whether Claydon can keep batting in this manner for too long. He'll have visions of playing a Ben Stokes at Headingley type knock, no doubt, and such is his self-belief, but he might be lacking in skill as Ivan Thomas is in past umpire Nigel. That's a very short ball, and Mitch Claydon tries the extravagant uppercut. He leaves the ground, so he jumped up, tried to flick it over the slips, missed.
Spins around to the umpire, incredulous that hasn't been given as a no ball or a wide or something.
Yeah. Ollie Robinson is calling, I think, for a helmet, which suggests that a bit of spin is on. Marcus O'Riordan is going to have a bowl from the Nackington Road end, so Robinson has to go for the helmet. Keepers have to wear helmets these days when they stand up to the stumps. They're the regs. So he's jogging off to find his lid. There's an array of lids by the boundary rope. Pads for the close fielders.
Yeah, looks like Cox is going to don the shin guards.
Yeah, the kind of game Jordan Cox has had, I'm not sure you fancy going short leg to these two, because they're going to try and whack it, aren't they? Ruin a good game if you collected one. Let's hope that today's innings from Jordan Cox doesn't end up as his career best. Brilliant innings.
Yeah, we did have that email earlier on. Oh, I think it was a tweet, wasn't it, on hashtag BBC Cricket that came up on the live page, suggesting that maybe Jordan Cox's first-class career best at the age of 19 might forever be his first-class career best. It will take some beating later on in his career to amass more than 238 not out. But having, well, seemingly not content enough with all of that batting, he's under the helmet again. Out in the field as though Reardon from the Nackington Road end. Bowls to Mika, back he goes and defends.
And there'll be a bit of chat here with Stuart Meek. He's an experienced campaigner, but Kent, Ollie Robinson, Darren Stevens will be trying to get a shot out of him. They want to see the backward defensive at this stage of proceedings. And they'll want him to wreak some havoc. Sixes or out, that's the order of the day. Entertain us, Stuart Meeker.
Man in at short mid-wicket as well as the slip and short leg. Reardon tosses this one up. Mika did play the shot up towards Billings at deepish mid-on.
Well, Stuart Meeker's played enough cricket to know that there's not a lot of future in batting out tonight to turn up tomorrow and lose, so he'll go down all guns blazing, would be my guess.
Reardon bowls, pushes this one out towards point. There might be a chance for a run out. Thomas to Robinson. Claydon gets into the crease, into his ground at the batsman's end. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. They're just 1 wicket away from victory now inside potential 3 days here at Canterbury. Sussex 143 for 9. They trail Kent by 55 runs. Darren Stevens with 5 wickets in this innings. 3 for Harry Podmore, 1 for Tim Groneveld as well. Some very smart catching from Sam Billings and 1 from Jack Leaning at slip as well, who earlier made 220 not out. Jordan Cox 238 not out. Kent completely dominant with the bat. That pair putting on 423, a new club record partnership for Kent to give them a score of 530 for 1. They're looking for the final wicket. Marcus O'Riordan almost bowls Claydon. That's gone through for byes. Sussex 147 now for 9. We've got 10 overs remaining in the day after this one to see if Kent can finish the job. John Hammond has the weather. Well, O'Riordan's deliberately tossed that one up. Claydon has looked to play a bit of a drive. Somehow it's gone between bat and pad, missed leg stump and beaten the keeper as well.
Yeah, I think Marcus O'Riordan will keep throwing the ball up because he knows that Mitch Claydon will want a piece of it. He's unlikely to keep swinging and connecting and sending it over the fence, so a little bit of air required.
2 left in the over. Claydon pushes at this one out towards cover. Dot ball. It's Thomas under the hat there. In fact, he's at long leg. Reardon bowls, another heave from Claydon. There's no man out a deep mid-wicket, so he's going to get the boundary. Didn't get it as crisp as he has some of his drives. The 150 comes up for Sussex, and this last wicket pair are just showing up some of the batsmen a bit with their positivity that they're producing. That wasn't the best shot from Claydon, but he has 4 more in the book, so Sussex 151 for 9.
Yeah, a touch agricultural from Claydon. That a bit of a hoik to the leg side. And I guess if you're Mitch Claydon, Stuart Meeker, 10 and 11, no real pressure. There was a lot of pressure on that Sussex top order. And amazing what playing with a bit of freedom can do. Nothing to lose, these two. Whereas the likes of Tom Haynes and Harry Finch had quite a lot on their young shoulders. Playing for their careers, their contracts. Playing for the spot in the next game. Which then give them the opportunity to get big runs. Can Ivan Thomas finish things off? He is bowling to Stuart Meeker from the pavilion end. It's full, it's on the pads, and Meeker clips it away nicely. Stevens running round that long leg. They settle for the single, which brings Mitch back onto strike, which is what everyone wants to see. People watching on the live stream around the world, probably Kent fans, won't begrudge Mitch Claydon a boundary or 2. They also wouldn't mind if he has his stumps rearranged. Ivan Thomas back in action after that long layoff last week. Took 4 wickets. Can he be the man to finish things off after Podmore and Stevens have been excellent? He's in, he's past umpire Nigel Long, bowling to Mitch Clayton, who gives himself a little bit of room. Slower ball, just outside off stump. I think if it had been straight, it might have been good enough, but he just poked at it, missed it.
He's bowled a few of those little slower balls, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's good to see.
Put one in the previous over. He's got it in the locker, Ivan Thomas.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether Ivan Thomas gets a run out when the white ball stuff starts at the end of the month. T20 blast is back. Fixtures and venues and everything still to be confirmed.
Yeah, still pending.
Yeah, but it'll be a decent competition. Will Thomas be part of it? He's in there. Bowls to claim. Bouncer, he's hooked it. It's gone a couple of bounces and then rolls to Kadri out at deep square. Field changes for the right-handed Stuart Meeker. All smiles at the moment, Kent. But they can claim the extra half hour should it be needed. Kent will be hoping that it won't be needed. There was some conjecture that with the pandemic and 90 overs in the day that'll be the lot, but they can claim half hour or 8 overs should they need to finish the job off. Thomas trying to wrap things up. He's into Meeker, bowls from the pavilion end. Meeker's back and punches to Daniel Bell Drummond at cover point. There's no run. 153 for 9. Deficit is 45. Kent's opening batters will be pretty relieved that the deficit is 45. No one likes to come out and chase 3 or 4 to win. And Sussex are going to have to bat, this last pair are going to have to bat very well to make that a possibility. So at the moment, everything rosy in the Garden of England as Thomas turns. Past umpire Nigel Long, bowling to Stuart Meeker, the right-hander, who again forces off the back foot. Kadri Fields, no run. So of course, Ben, attention will turn as soon as this game finishes to the Middlesex game, and we were talking earlier, weren't we, about the fact that Joe Denley might come back for it.
Yeah.
Heino Kuhn, should Mrs. Kuhn, whose child is imminent, should that all happen, there could be 2 batters coming back, but for now the matter in hand is trying to wrap this up. Thomas bowls, and it's a short ball, decent one. Meeker's up on his toes and fends it off to square leg. They're going to take a single. 155 for 9.
You might suspect that with new youngster, maybe, or if new youngster is born, perhaps might give Heino another week off. Maybe bring Joe Denley in. They've got 2 spinners effectively in this game, so perhaps Denley comes in for one of those guys and they just strengthen the batting order rather than replace someone.
Yeah, that will be one way of doing it, certainly. It's a nice problem for Matt Walker, Paul Downs and Sam Billings to have. Lots of options.
Yeah, we're just going to have a quick hand sanitizer break.
A very quick sanitizer break. Look at that. They've been very thorough in their hand sanitisation for the last couple of days, but that is a quick squirt and get off. They want to get this game finished. Against substitute fielders who are in the fluorescent yellow bibs and also in the masks. Have sprinted onto the pitch, delivered the dollops of hand sanitizer in double quick time, and now they're jogging off again, which is going to bring Marcus O'Riordan back into the fray. See if he can be Kent's hero. So Ben Watts has made way for Adrian Harms as O'Riordan is in. Bowling Stuart Meeker. It's tossed up. He drives through the offside. And mid-off cuts it off. Harry Bodmore, the fielder. There is no run. 154 for 9. Still 44 runs required to make Kent bat again. So he's some way off as O'Riordan bowls to Meeker. Down the wicket. He has hit this high and hard and wide of mid-on. And it's going to be 4. So these two continue to enjoy themselves. Meeker moves on to 21. Clayton is 19. 158 for 9. This partnership now Worth 45.
Yes, the largest of the innings by some way.
Is that right?
Yeah, the previous one, I was just looking, 35 for the second wicket between Haynes and Finch. So these two have shown there's no demons in this pitch, David. Not that we ever thought there were.
No demons in the pitch, and pressure off, I would suggest, with these two, which is not the case of the top orders. O'Riordan's in again, bowls to Mika. This time he goes for the reverse sweep, and he's got a good piece of it. Stuart Mika over the head of Ivan Thomas at backward point. He's going to get 4 more. And didn't have a lot of joy with the ball. He ran in earnestly, Stuart Mika, worked up some pace. Didn't take a wicket.
Yeah.
Which is unsurprising, given that Kent only surrendered 1 wicket. Their 530. Mitch Clayton, who's actually the man at the non-strikers end who took that wicket of Daniel Bell-Drummond. But yeah, Mika, like most of the bowlers, went for a few and didn't have a lot of luck. So he's trying to return favour as best he can.
Yeah, absolutely. I just found out that apparently you can have the extra half hour tonight. Yeah. It would seem sensible. I'm sure that Kent will claim that.
O'Riordan's into Mika, tossed up, just clips this away. They're not going to take the single. Yeah, we were just chatting about that. Spoke to Steve Davis, who's not far away from us, match referee, just to check that situation. So yeah, the extra half hour is there should Kent need it. 8.3 overs remain. Normal play. O'Riordan bowls. Turned away by Mika, and that could go for 4. It's going to be cut off by Daniel Bell-Drummond. You can see him there in the blind spot. The commentary box runs round a comfortable 2.
Yeah, I guess it's these two keep going. They might get up somewhere up near the 198, and sort of irritation value here for Kent.
That's exactly what it is. Everyone's keen to go home, apart from Mika and Clayton would be my guess. O'Riordan is in, bowling to Mika, straight ball, and he's just extraordinary. Another cheeky little shot. He walked across outside off stump and kind of half ramped, half flicked it through where leg slip would have been. It's run away for another 4. The previous 2 had brought up the 50 partnership. This partnership now worth 55. And that is the end of an expensive over for Marcus O'Riordan. No real fault of his. He's got an attacking field, and the end is nigh, you'd think, for Sussex, but Stuart Mika had other ideas. He moves to 31 off 30 deliveries. Mitch Clayton's a run-a-ball 19, so the deficit cut to 30, which will just start to catch the eye of the Kent opening batsman. You wouldn't want to be Jordan Cox and have to go in there and knock off 6, only to get your off-dolly removed.
Yeah.
having got 238 not out earlier in the piece.
Well, I wonder if Ivan Thomas can finish things off. I'm sure that the Kent lads quite fancy a day off tomorrow. 3 slips go down, and in comes Thomas running in around the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Clayton plays with his feet firmly planted and just paddles it out into the offside. And there is no run. He's on 19.
Yeah, Mitch Clayton, like a lot of tail-enders, just stay a little bit leg side of the ball. We're seeing exposing all 3 stumps. I think Ivan Thomas will be well advised to try and maybe hit the top of the off one, maybe off and middle. And that also brings the slips into play, because Clayton is outside leg stump when the ball is delivered.
Thomas turns in front of us, runs away, coming into bowl to the left-handed Clayton. 3 slips go down, he's in and bowls. Well, that would have hit the stumps, and Clayton jagged down in it at the last minute. As David said, he again took a step away to the leg side. And there's no run. Have you played in games, David, where you've had to come back for 1 wicket to fall, or handful of runs to be made?
I can remember playing, I think it was 97, we played against Durham. It's the first time I had a look at Steve Harmison, who bowled quickly. Bowled Durham out cheaply. It looked like it was going to be cheap. It was about 130 for 9. And there was an all-rounder called Michael Foster who batted with Harmison. Harmy was 11. Foster was batting 7 or 8. And Foster got 100. Got him up to about 230, 240. We then got a big score. I think Alan Wells got 100. And we had them 9 down again with Foster and Harmison at the crease.
Thomas bowls, driven away without timing into the offside, footed by Billings. There is no run.
And it looked like we were going to win by like an innings and 70. And the wicket was doing all sorts. There's another former Sussex player, Martin Spate, who would testify. He got one that was from Dean Headley that was full. He pushed forward, it went over his head. And in the next ball, he went back to the same leg delivery. It shot along the floor. It was not long after the wickets here had been relayed, and they just started to crack and do all sorts. And Harmison and Foster put on another quite big partnership for the last wicket. And I thought, oh God, Rob Key and I are going to have to go out and chase 7, and could get our heads taken off by Harmison on this wicket. But yeah, we won by about an innings and 6 in the end.
In comes Thomas Bowl, short, pulled away by Claydon. That's going to be 4 runs, I think. Yes, it is going to be 4 runs. Pulled through mid-wicket. And it's a lower order resistance here from the Sussex bowlers, who are showing the top order batsmen the way to go. But as you say, the pressure's off, and they're just enjoying, I'm sure, being very irritating here. 172 for 9, so Sussex need another 26. And Kent will have to bat again. I wonder whether perhaps Darren Stevens might come and bowl a couple of overs here. I'm quite certain Sam Billings will not want to come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think anyone will want to come back tomorrow. I mean, the forecast is set fair, but you just never know, do you? And all the logistics of getting in the ground these days with temperature checks and questionnaires to fill out.
Comes Thomas again, bowls, and Claydon plays slightly in the air to mid-wicket, fielded by O'Riordan. There is no run. Yeah, absolutely, and there's probably is a cost to some of that, David. I mean, you know, people coming up to the ground tomorrow, but it's, you know, you'd think it's just for the last rites. But we're thinking that for about best part of an hour now. Yeah,
well, there's 7 overs remaining. There's another 8 for the half hour.
Yeah.
Albeit, if we need all of those, then you'd imagine the rate Sussex are going that Kent will be batting again, which he leaves a couple for the change around, of course. But having said all that, just one delivery from Thomas or O'Riordan, and it could be all over.
Round the wicket comes in bowl. Short, Claydon pulls the ball away, and he's got more runs here. He's going to get a couple of runs down to deep backward square. Picks up
just a single.
Just a single. He's going to retain the strike, is Mitch Claydon. End of the over. 173 for 9. Meeker on 31. Claydon is on 24. And this partnership now, David, worth, is that 60?
Yeah, partnership worth 60, which is good news from a Sussex perspective. Some consolation. The big fast bowlers in the middle enjoying themselves. Goodness knows what they're talking about. They're in earnest discussion. Probably along the lines of how many sixes can you hit? Steve-O, who's big mates with Mitch Claydon, they had a few words when they were doing battle earlier in the piece, in the first innings, which was yesterday morning. I witnessed Steve-O bowling to Claydon. But this will be the over, Adrian. This is my prediction.
Right.
Marcus O'Riordan turning it away from Mitch Claydon. Steve-O having a word or two. I'm thinking Claydon's thinking big. O'Riordan's in, and he hoiks it, and it's gone straight up in the air, and this is going to be the end of the innings and the end of the match. Ollie Robinson takes the catch. Sussex are all out for 173. Kent winning by an innings and 25. Sussex have lost 20 wickets in this match. Kent just the one, making that 530 for 1, and it is all over. It was Marcus O'Riordan who wrapped things up. Mitch Claydon, one big swing too many. Simplest of catches as it skied to Ollie Robinson. Claydon's gone for 24, and it is all over. What a performance by Kent, one of the most emphatic victories in recent times, courtesy of that 530 for 1, and then Darren Stevens with 5 wickets, really putting the skids under the Sussex top order, and the likes of Podmore and then O'Riordan chipping in. But the day really belonging to those 2 batsmen, Jack Leach and Jordan Cox. That partnership, the biggest in Kent history. 423 they made for the second wicket, as Kent posted that whopping 530 for 1. We thought it was a flat pitch. We thought Sussex's top order had a bit to prove, but ultimately it proved far too much for them.
Well, you called it, David. You said that was over, and Mitch Claydon duly obliged. So Sussex lose, what's that, by an innings and 15 runs?
25. Innings and 25.
You know, yeah, sorry, innings and 25. What's the matter with my maths? But in reality, that probably does Kent a disservice, because they've walloped Sussex here in this game, and I suspect had it been a championship match, Kent may well have batted on to tea time and made it even more of an emphatic victory. Let's talk briefly about the players who are just sort of touching elbows or whatever you do during this pandemic over on the far side. Let's talk briefly about Sussex, because they beat Hampshire last week. I think lots of optimism around, 1 or 2 young players making runs, but they've been thoroughly outplayed here. David, where does Sussex go from here? They play Essex next.
Well, I mean, Essex were county champions, of course. They were too good for Kent last week, albeit in a really tight encounter. So you'd say, looking at this Sussex team, they're going to be up against it in the South Group. It's a difficult group. They're blooding a lot of youngsters, as are several teams. But you think with no Ollie Robinson, who's in the bubble at the minute, their bowling just lost a bit of control as well as cutting edge, because Ollie Robinson is obviously the class act in that Sussex lineup. Not sure when the likes of Chris Jordan are going to come back, but perhaps Jason Gillespie has to look at the one or two on the sidelines. Obviously, Laurie Evans playing for Surrey this week, experienced batter. Luke Wells looked like he was the type of player that Sussex could have done with in these games. But Ben Brown, Jason Gillespie will have their reasons for those guys not playing. But just with the ball, they lacked a bit of control on a good pitch, and we saw from Stevens and Podmore in particular, and a bit of Grunewald, that actually if you got the ball in the right areas consistently enough, aiming at that top of off stump, there was enough in the pitch to cause good players problems, and the Sussex bowlers didn't quite get enough in that area. There's 2 or 3 good balls in the over, a couple of 4 balls, and Jack Leaning and Jordan Cox made hay in the Kent sunshine. So yes, some problems for Sussex, but they've got a few days to regroup, and that's the beauty of county cricket. You go again.
The Kent players just coming off, and they've been terrific, and I'm sure that it'll be Jack Leaning and Cox who will lead them off the field. Jordan Cox and Darren Stevens as well doffs his cap to the backroom staff. He's picked up 5 wickets and a very comprehensive win. Just before we talk about Kent, because it's all about Kent, David, and we don't want to detract from that at all. How difficult is it as the captain or the coach when you've left out senior players like Luke Wells and Laurie Evans to then go back and say you're playing this week? Is that a difficult conversation to have?
Well, I think it's an easier conversation than the conversation previous, which was when you left them out. So, if you welcome them back, I think if you leave out senior players, and they'll have their reasons. Jason Gillespie and Ben Brown have got integrity. They've got the best interests of the club at heart. They might have one eye on the future. Who knows? But they won't take these decisions lightly. So you've got to kind of back their judgment, but obviously what you then want when you put a side of youngsters out, to all intents and purposes, you want that team to go and perform well, and Sussex in truth haven't performed well in this game, so you give these youngsters the opportunity. What you hope happens from here is that 1 or 2 really react well to it. It's a learning experience. The likes of Tom Clark, who played well in the first innings, bit of a wafty rubbishy shot in the second innings, but probably the first time he's been in the field for 120 overs, while the likes of 2 men make double hundreds. That wouldn't have happened to him before, so he's got to learn from that, and if it happens again, he's got to get his batting head on and understand that you've got to start again. As well as he played first innings, 65 and none, an average of 30 odd in the game is he's not a great return on a flat pitch, but he'll learn from that experience. So I don't think Sussex need to panic. I think a lot of teams will look at this Bob Willis Trophy as a bit of an interim competition where they're trying to find out about some of their players with one eye on next season. Yes, it would be nice to qualify for a Lord's final and win a trophy, but I think most counties, if they're hand on heart honest, are using this to blood some youngsters and look ahead.
David, thank you for that. I'll leave you with Ben, who you can wallow in the glory of an excellent win. So I'll unplug myself and do a report for BBC Sussex. It's been great to have your company, David. Thoroughly enjoyed the last couple of days, so I'll just unplug. Yeah, thanks to Adrian Harms. Been a tough watch from his Sussex viewpoint, but yeah, as he mentioned, Kent absolutely fantastic, winning here by an innings of 25 runs. 2 men making double hundreds, 530 for 1. That doesn't happen every day of the week. And then wrapping things up in style, knocking Sussex over for 173. Darren Stevens with his 27th 5-wicket haul, ably supported by the Kent bowling cast. Harry Podmore, excellent. And Marcus O'Riordan wrapping things up. There's 1 or 2 catches that went down, but there were some very good ones taken. And Kent have been excellent. So unlucky last week at Chelmsford, pushing the county champions all the way, losing by a couple of wickets, but they've bounced back in some style this week, winning by an innings and 25. And Ben, you've just seen a lot of Kent over the last few years. I can't remember a win quite as emphatic as that one.
No, I can't either, David. It certainly has been a truly one-sided result in the end, and it honestly felt after the milestones and the records that tumbled this morning, and immediately when Leaning took that catch off Phil Salt, you just sensed that Kent had the hunger and the desire and were really hunting getting this job done today, and felt that they could do that. And perhaps it just as